Mr. Chair, the YouTube link is live and you are good to go.
Great. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Budget Committee meeting for April 21st. This is where we are going to be talking about the budget adjustment list that we've been building over the past number of weeks or months. I'd like to call the meeting to order, and as is usual for these virtual meetings, just would like to run through each of the councillors to do an audio-visual check. So let's start with Councillor Daigle-Gammon. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. I'm pleased to be here. Got my shot last night at 6:30. So I'm all comfy and wearing my beautiful Be the Change shirt supporting Teens Talk Now. So if you haven't been to Bedford and picked up yours, there's a great selection and supporting youth and employment too. So it's an awesome spot to go visit.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Councillor Hensby, District 2.
Good morning, everybody. I know I'm not out of this world. They're just the earth behind me. Sending a fine Earth Day tomorrow, April 22nd, as well as there could be community cleanups going on in Lake Echo and Mineville on the 24th, rain date for 25th. I encourage everybody to think global, act local, go out and just pick up the garbage on your own street. Every little bit helps.
Absolutely. Thank you. Councillor Kent, District 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am here from sunny Eastern Passage. I just want to put a shout out to the folks out in the Portland Estates, Russell Lake, Woodlawn area, Dartmouth South. There will be a community cleanup in and around the Birches Park and lovely trails in that area on Saturday from 9 until 1, and I hope you can all attend. If not, keep an eye out for maybe something else happening in your community around litter cleanup. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Purdy, District 4.
Good morning, everyone. Happy to be here, and I am displaying our Main Street sidewalk state here behind me for our last budget meeting. And I just want to shout out to La Familia Pizza. They treated me to the best chicken shawarma plate I have ever had in my whole entire life last night. So thank you. And also, we are doing a litter cleanup party behind Cole Harbor Place on Saturday at 11 a.m. So District 4, if you want to join the party, we'll see you there. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Austin, District 5.
I'm here, Mr. Chair, ready to go.
Good stuff. Thank you. Councillor Mancini, District 6.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. All ready to go from beautiful Dartmouth and my home in Port Wallace.
Good stuff. We can't see you. I wasn't
That's
sure
okay.
if that...
I'm having a little camera difficulties. I'll get that straightened out.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Councillor Mason, District 7.
Here, Mr. Chair, excited to complete the budget process. Thank you.
Good stuff. Thank you. Councillor Smith, District 8.
Co-chair colleagues, ready to go.
Good stuff. Thank you. Councillor Cleary, District 9.
Happy to be here, Mr. Chair, representing the good folks of Halifax West Armdale, and of course, looking out for vulnerable road users. Have a great budget meeting, everyone.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Councillor Morris, District 10.
Morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. I've got my pencil sharpened and ready to go.
Good stuff. Thank you. Councillor Cuddle, District 11.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our guests. Checking in from District 11, Spryfield, Sambro Loop, and Prospect Road. Good
stuff. Thank you. Councillor Stoddard, District 12.
Good morning, colleagues and guests. I just wanted to let you know, along with Councillor Daigle-Gammon, I got my shot last night here in Timberley at our Guardian drugstore. I was happy to be there and see all the people lining up, and it was great to see. I also want to give a shout out to Earth Day here in District 12. We're going to have a cleanup at Belcher's Trail and also Clayton Park West. Thank you. Ready to go.
Good stuff. Thank you. Councillor Lovelace, District 13.
Good morning, coming to you live from sunny Hammers Plain St. Margaret's, and just want to give a shout out to the grade 9 students at Madeline Simons Middle School. They're out cleaning up the various different ditches and parks in the area, and it's part of their citizenship curriculum. So thank you to the teachers who are out there with them and the volunteers. I wish I could be there, but I'm here with my red pen.
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Blackburn, District 14.
Hello, good morning, everybody from beautiful sunny Beaver Bank. Just taking a moment to thank so much the members of the public for taking their time this morning to join us and be a part of this very important process. We appreciate your time and your input here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Outfit, District 16.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and colleagues. Looking forward to the day. Set from sunny Bedford, Wentworth.
Absolutely. Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Good morning, Chair, colleagues, and guests. Looking forward to hearing from citizens who have taken the time to be with us today and to talk budget. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. And there have been a number of community cleanups mentioned. There is one happening in Lower Sackville at Acadia Park Saturday morning at 9 a.m. Hope to see you there. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes for March 24th and 26th, March 31st, and April 7th. Can I have a mover for the approval of those minutes, please?
I so move.
Councillor Stoddard, I saw you move first.
I'll second.
Councillor Lovely seconds. Any errors or omission in those minutes? Hearing none, all in favor of the minutes of March 24th and 26th, March 31st and April 7th signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say nay. Beautiful. We have a call for declaration of conflict of interest. Hearing none, we are on the next item of the agenda, the public participation. As a reminder to those watching from home, in order to have signed up as a speaker, the deadline was 4:30 p.m. on the business day prior to this meeting. We have 38 speakers signed up for today's meeting. Any member of the public who has registered with the clerk's office on this matter will be given 5 minutes to address the topic. When I call your name, you may unmute your mic and begin speaking. Over to the clerk.
Good morning. For any speakers who are participating via telephone, not Zoom, please make sure your webcast or TV broadcast is muted and that you're listening using your phone's audio. The chair will announce 3 speakers at a time to help you prepare. When you hear your name announced, please press *6. You'll hear an announcement that you are no longer muted and wait for the chair to tell you that it is your turn to speak. Once you finish your comments and answering any questions of clarification, please hang up your phone and watch the rest of the meeting using the webcast.
Okay, thank you. The first 3 speakers in my list are Karen Gross, Claire Moran, and Laura Conrad. Karen, are you with us this morning?
Yes, I am. Good morning. I'm here.
Good morning. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Good morning, Mayor and councillors. My name is Karen Gross, and I'm a personal support worker and arts worker living in District 8 in North End, Halifax. I'm speaking today regarding 2 policing items on the budget adjustment list, commissioning a report on body-worn cameras for HRP, and hiring a new RCMP officer to deal with the increasing number of complaints against the RCMP. I don't believe that either of these attempts at police reform will meaningfully improve public safety. As Terry Ajadi pointed out in his statement to the Budget Committee on February 17th, the HRP is clearly biased on the matter of body-worn cameras, and has a track record of misleading council. Their previous report misrepresented findings of pilot projects they cited as positive, and also failed to mention any of the null or negative reports of pilot projects in Edmonton, Montreal, and with the RCMP. As for the RCMP hiring question, in 2014, the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission for the RCMP issued a critical analysis of literature on police investigating police. It came to the following conclusion. Emerging consensus in the literature that traditional models of police investigating police are no longer seen as defensible, either as an effective model for addressing public complaints or as a method satisfying public demands for accountability. I'm speaking to you today to tell you that I oppose these specific investments, and also to ask you to reflect on your commitment to save communities more broadly, as expressed in your 2021 to 2025 Strategic Priorities Plan. In June 2020, I reached out to council to encourage you to defund the police. I was part of a huge wave of citizen engagement that Councillor Austin called unprecedented. We heard an openness from councillors to shifting some police funding to social services, but also an ask for patience as politicians and city staff worked on plans. Yesterday, you approved a review of policing that would have council make decisions about defunding or not at the end of 2022. This pace is much slower than other municipalities. By August 2020, LA, New York, Washington, DC, Philadelphia, San Francisco, Seattle, Oakland, Austin, Baltimore, Portland, and Salt Lake City had significantly reduced budget allocations for police and increased budget allocations for social programs, including food access, violence prevention, mental health, and homelessness prevention. In Canada, Hamilton City Council voted to end their city's police and schools program in June 2020. In February 2021, Toronto City Council unanimously approved 4 community safety and crisis support service pilots that tested new non-police-led approach to certain 911 calls, including those involving persons in crisis and for wellness checks. I understand the need for careful planning, but why have other cities been able to take initial tangible steps when Halifax has not? Among Canadian cities, Halifax has the 3rd highest number of police officers per capita, according to Statistics Canada. Haligonians are more heavily policed than people in Toronto, Vancouver, Ottawa, Calgary, and 44 other Canadian municipalities. How long does it take to determine whether we need to be more heavily policed than Toronto? Last October, 13 candidates who would go on to be elected as Halifax City Councillors responded to the Nova Scotia Policing Policy Working Group candidate questionnaire. 12, representing a majority of City Council, said they supported moving victim services, youth advocate program, and other non-core policing units such as school crossing guards from the HRP into HRM's public safety office. Are there plans in place to make this happen? I support the long-term processes in place to plan for a major change to our city's approach to public safety, but I also believe there are tangible steps council could be taking now. I don't discredit the pressure Halifax City Councillors are under to meet police demands, but I'd also ask you to consider the harm police are doing in our communities right now. Anecdotally, most times I witness police in Halifax, I see them escalating situations that would be better served by quick response from a mental health or addiction specialist, a street navigator, or a paramedic. I've seen police arrest an elderly, intoxicated man who was waiting for the bus and said he just wanted to go home. I've seen police linger on a street corner for more than an hour, escalating a conflict between civilians until they provoked a response that gave them an excuse to arrest one of them. I've seen several police officers respond to a 911 call about a person suffering injuries from a fall. Before paramedics arrived, police were interrogating the injured person but not providing first aid. In none of these cases did I make a complaint because as far as I could tell, these were police officers doing their job, which is a job that causes harm on a routine basis.
Karen, I'm just going to interrupt. You have 30 seconds left.
You have been elected to represent the public, a public that has reached out to you in overwhelming numbers to ask you to defund the police. I ask you to listen, beginning by rejecting the additional policing budget lines before you today, and continuing by taking tangible steps to defund the police. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any councillors who have any questions of clarification? If so, please indicate that in the chat. Not seeing any questions for clarification. Thank you very much, Karen. We do appreciate your input. Next up is Claire Moran, and following Claire are Laura Conrad and Katie Lawrence. Claire, are you with us today?
Chair Russell, we are attempting to contact her. It may be prudent to move on to speaker number 3.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Laura Conrad, are you with us today? There you are.
Hello.
Hello. Good morning.
Hello. It's Conrad.
You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hello, my name is Laura Conrad, and I am a resident of Dartmouth. I am speaking up today against additional funding to the Halifax Regional Police Service. The Halifax Regional Police Service already has a budget of over $88 million. Has it been confirmed or concluded that the HRP is unable to fund these additional projects using their already considerable budget? I find it concerning that $88 million is not enough for them to spend in 1 year. Is there a mechanism or oversight of the Halifax Regional Police's spending? Further, the HRP is currently deciding what it means to defund the police. Asking for additional funding while this decision is being made does not seem to respect the process of that conversation. Has the committee considered if it would be meaningful to await a decision on this before committing additional funding to the HRP? Lastly, I wish to express my disappointment that the HRP is moving forward with body cameras. There is a significant body of evidence throughout North America that body cameras do not lead to meaningful change in how police treat Black and Indigenous people. Defunding the police is looking at how to create that meaningful change, and it is my opinion that providing additional funding while those conversations are ongoing does not respect the spirit or intention of holding such conversations. In fact, it sends the message that this conversation is not being taken seriously at all. In conclusion, I respectfully request that additional funding to the HRP be denied until such time that the conversation and decision regarding defunding the police has been completed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I apologize for getting your last name wrong, Laura Conrad. At this point, I will ask if there are any councillors who have questions of clarification. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. The next speaker is Katie Lawrence, followed by Avery Dakin and Kate Powell. Katie, are you with us?
Mr. Chair, we received confirmation that that speaker has canceled.
Okay, thank you very much. So the next speaker on the list is Avery Dakin. I can see you there. Go ahead, Avery, you have 5 minutes. And we can't hear you. You are unmuted, but there seems to be an audio issue. Nope, we still can't hear you. I would like to move ahead at this point. We do have a significant number of speakers. Avery, we will come back to you. So the next speaker on the list is Kate Powell, followed by Lou Campbell and Maya Alfala. I apologize if I get that name wrong. Kate, are you with us this morning?
Unmute. Hi, can you hear me?
There we are. We can hear you now. Go ahead, Kate. You have 5 minutes.
Great. So my name is Kate Powell. My pronouns are they, them, and I'm coming to you from the north end of Halifax. I just want to echo previous comments that I am asking that the 2 additional policing items are declined and not included in the budget this year. The calls to defund the police have been clear. There's been an outpour of support throughout the past year, and I think that it's the councillor's duty to take those considerations very seriously and represent the interests of the public. And I think that these additional items do not represent the interests and the calls that the public have made to defund the police. As a smaller municipality in a smaller province, there's a really great opportunity to be bold and make bold choices and make the tough decisions to reduce funding from the police and redistribute it to community supports. So we know that body cameras don't work. Anecdotally, we know that. We know that there's also evidence out there. I don't think that there's really any need for this kind of report to be done. Also, we know that that the RCMP investigating itself doesn't work, and also logically just doesn't make sense. And I just want to really implore the councillors to be on the right side of history on this issue. You don't want to look back and be ashamed of the decisions that were made in response to a very evident crisis in public safety, and implore you to make the right decisions to keep people of color safe in our community, which is not currently happening with the current policing system. That's all I have to say today. I just hope that you'll take, the fact that there are people joining calls today, which they might not usually do, as an indication of how much the community cares about this and really wants to see Halifax make the right choice here and not proceed with additional funding to the police. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kate. I'm wondering if any councillors have any questions of clarification. Okay. Thank you again, Kate, very much for your presentation. We appreciate all of the public feedback. I'm going to go back to the top of the list and see if we have Claire Moran with us. Claire, are you with us at this point? And Avery Dakin, are you with us at this point? Okay, thank you. The next speaker on the list is Lou Campbell, followed by Maya Alfala, and then Jordan. So Lou Campbell, are you with us? I see you there. Okay.
Hi.
Hi, go ahead, Lou. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lou Campbell. My pronouns are they, them. I live in Halifax. We're actually right down the street from the police station. I'm here as a concerned citizen, and I just want to start by saying I have a firm opposition to the increases in budget, which are $85,000 to the HRP to write a report on body-worn cameras and $75,000 to the RCMP to investigate complaints. So I'll start with the first one. And as the previous speakers have said, there is lots of evidence out there saying that body cameras are not effective. So I won't go into it too much. But anecdotally, there is many reports out there saying that they're not effective for public safety. They don't actually stop the police mistreating people, mainly Black, Brown, and Indigenous people. We have a great example of a filmed altercation taking place last month in this city, and that police officer, as far as I know, is still employed. So I would just encourage you to rethink why we would need another report and why we would need to spend $85,000 on that report. Doesn't seem to make sense to me. So I'll move on to the $75,000 that is suggested for the RCMP positions to investigate complaints. And I don't think it's very effective to create a position within an organization to investigate that organization. I can't say I'm an expert on this topic, but it seems ineffective to me. It seems unethical. And I just feel like this money could be spent in so many other places. Like, we have a housing crisis right now. There's so much homelessness in this city. You can see shelters across the city, miniature shelters. Those were funded by people like myself. So these are things that the city can be doing and participating in, rather than increasing an $88 million budget. It's frankly upsetting. And I feel in my body right now upset when I talk about it. And I feel upset walking by the police station. There's no trust in this community. I don't want to call them. I know my friends don't want to call them. So we need to respect what people are feeling, what many, many people are feeling, and this huge public outcry. And so I would just ask you to really think on that and really think on what public safety means. Because in my opinion, and I think there's a lot of evidence to support this, the police are not increasing public safety. So thank you so much for your time. And once again, I'll just reiterate, there's a firm opposition. I think you can see it from all the speakers here today.
Thank you very much, Lou. I do appreciate that. And I'm wondering if any of the councillors have any questions of clarification. Okay, seeing none again, thank you very much, Lou. We had someone type in the chat that they would like to be removed from the speakers list. Please remember, for those who are attending the Zoom meeting as members of the public, that the chat is for members of council and staff only. This is something that we use to communicate with each other on the process of the meeting. And please do not type anything into the chat, as it is strictly for members of council. That being said, Sumaya, thank you very much for letting us know that you would like to be removed from the speakers list. Our next speaker is Jordan Jeremiah, followed by Kayla Fraser and Kate McLeod. Jordan, are you with us this morning? Okay, not hearing from Jordan. We will come back. I see that Avery Dakin is good to go now. Avery, are you with us?
Hello, can you hear me now?
We can hear you
Hello?
now. We can hear you now.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, good morning. You have
Okay.
5 minutes. Go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you very much for allowing us the time to speak on this. I'm a resident of the Halifax North District 8, and I'm speaking today against the additional funding to the HRP. And I mean, it's pretty obvious why you've seen such a huge public outcry against the budget increase and against the actions that our police are taking against my community every day. You already have, or they have a budget of over $88 million, which is quite a lot that could be already redirected to public services that are really lacking. As Lou just said, we're in a housing crisis. People are starving on the streets. There are a myriad of issues that could be addressed by some of this money, especially when you look at the police's mounted unit, which is over $200,000 for one horse and one person to ride this horse. So I guess all I wanted to say was really just that in the time where we are reassessing the role of the police in our society, and at a time with community trust in our police so low. I mean, we just saw this video come out a few weeks ago of HRP yelling violent threats at a man, an unarmed Black man. And so, yeah, we don't trust the process of what's going on in this institution. And I want to at least hopefully have trust in the council to be able to listen to what we're saying and come through on that. And so another thing, I just don't believe that the police can investigate themselves or decide what public need is and what public safety looks like as well. I know personally I won't call the police if I see someone in my community, one of my neighbors, struggling. I know that a lot of my friends fear the police very deeply. And so that's why I believe, along with a lot of my peers, that police funding that they are asking for should be shifted to social services, which have resulted in really positive results in the communities that have made this shift. So that's all for me. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Avery, for your comments. I'm wondering if any of the councillors have any questions of clarification. Seeing none, again, thank you very much, Avery, for your presentation. We do appreciate that. The next speakers on the list are, again, Jordan Jeremiah, Kayla Fraser, and Kate McLeod. Jordan, are you with us? Okay. Kayla Fraser, are you with us this morning?
Hello.
Hello, good morning.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Kayla, you have 5 minutes, go ahead.
Okay, my computer is actually just about to die, so I'm just gonna quickly plug it in, but I can also get started talking. You just might hear some rustling in the background. So I also agree with Avery on her sentiments about not allocating more funds to the Halifax Regional Police. I'm from District 7 in the South End, so I also very much agree with what they were saying about the need for increased funding towards social services such as housing. Like if you just walk around the South End, you can see the numerous tents set up and the other housing infrastructure that they're trying to create for people to have safe living accommodations. And I know that we just got out of winter, so it's getting a bit nicer out, but they obviously had to suffer through the cold. Also, where I live around in the South End, people without housing have been knocking on windows a lot just because they were cold all winter. So there's clearly a need for better services for them so that they're not suffering. I know they did just open up a new shelter on Barrington. However, that is clearly not adequate if people are also walking around looking for warmth in the wintertime. And yeah, just speaking again to the video that was circulating around for the Halifax Regional Police of that man being just verbally shouted at by a Halifax police officer, I also don't feel comfortable calling the police as a member of this community, because clearly they have been shown to act impulsively, and I just don't believe that there's adequate training for them to be carrying such things as firearms and stuff like that. So I just don't think more training would necessarily add to my comfort. So I don't believe that adding increased funds would actually help the community in the same way that just increasing funds for social services would.
Okay. Kayla, is that the end of your comments?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. I'm going to ask if there are any councillors who have any questions of clarification. And I don't see any. So Kayla, again, thank you very much for your presentation this morning. The next speakers on the list are Kate McLeod, Rachel Dara, and Sadie Beaton. Kate, are you with us this morning? Okay. Rachel Dara, are you with us this morning? Okay. Sadie Beaton, are you with us this morning?
I'm here.
There we are. Good morning. Go ahead, Sadie, you have 5 minutes.
Good morning. Yes, I am Sadie Beaton. I'm a resident and I'm a parent here in the north end of Halifax in District 8. If I disappear off the call before it's finished, it's just because my kids are both home from school due to a COVID closure, so I could get called away. So I'll quickly add my voice to the chorus to express my concern that council would be even entertaining increasing any kind of funding to the Halifax Regional Police Service at this time. In this instance, through commissioning yet another report about body cameras and hiring another officer. The urgent need to defund police departments and increase public safety has never been more plain, both here and all over the place. We're hearing so much about that, and both your own committee and a commissioned report are currently, I understand, in a process of exploring what it will mean to defund the police here. So especially considering that you're in the midst of this exploration of what defunding the police is going to look like, I'm hoping you'll consider the importance of at least waiting for the analysis and recommendations to come in from the various reviews and reports before considering any kind of increase in funding to the police. Like others have already said, it seems disrespectful to the processes that are currently underway. And there's so many other ways that that money could be allocated that could actually tangibly improve public safety in our communities. One easy way to save some money is just to listen to the people who have the most experience being policed about what's needed in their communities. They've already been telling you in so many different ways that police funding needs to be reallocated and shifted to social services. We can look at plenty of studies all over the place that have been completed that clearly show things around the ideas that police cameras don't do anything to change police behavior or to change people's perception of the police. All of this information is within reach already. So just to sum up quickly, along with many other members of your constituencies who've been calling for the defunding of the police, I strongly oppose council approving any additional funding to Halifax Regional Police Service. And I would urge our city to take more tangible and immediate actions to defund the police system, reallocate this funding towards social services that can increase wellness and safety. So thanks very much for your time.
Okay. Thank you very much, Sadie, for your presentation. I'm going to ask if there are any councillors who have any questions of clarification. Okay. Thank you again. I don't see any questions of clarification. So thank you again for your time, Sadie.
Thanks very
Rachel, are you with us this morning?
I'm here, yeah.
You're here. Okay, wonderful. Thank you. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. It's great to have an opportunity to speak to these issues, and I'm just surprised that I even found out about it. It's kind of, I'm glad that I found out about it anyway, and that all the folks here today, it's kind of hard to take the time off work to not know when we're going to speak as well. So I just wanted to mention that it would be great to have more information, I think, about these things. And I'm really echoing what a lot of people have said today, but I think I'm feeling actually kind of just angry that we're even talking about increasing the funding to police at all in this time when it's so obvious the call to defund the police is so urgent, and it's there's committees and reports underway to defund the police and to see what that could look like here. I think you ask pretty much any random person and they have some ideas about what would create more safety for people. And so, I mean, it's been spoken to today already. We have housing, there's mental health, there's education, there's support for people to even get into the into jobs at all. And so it could go on, but I'm not a member of that committee, or nor should I be. I'm just upset citizen that this is even on the table at all, to increase the police funding in the time when we're calling so obviously to defund the police. And specifically around the police, more funding for the police to police themselves sounds, ludicrous. Again, not an expert, just sort of a citizen who's looking for accountability, and I don't even really know what that looks like, because I don't think we've seen it yet here. Thinking about last summer and the police incidences with Santina Rayo, and so many more incidences of racialized violence. And then we have the street checks and the loophole not closed yet. And so all these things are, community has been calling for accountability, and it just hasn't come. So I definitely do not trust the police to police themselves and to bring accountability. And the body cameras, I think, just, would they ever even make it into a place where they could be used for accountability? So yes. I think that's really my point, feeling disappointed. And I think it's kind of shameful to keep asking for money when, little shame. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Rachel. I'm going to ask if any of the councillors have any questions of clarification. Okay. Thank you again, Rachel, for your presentation this morning. The next three speakers on the list are Robin Tress, Tanya Hodenot, and Madeline Higgins. Robin, are you with us this morning?
Yep, I'm here.
Wonderful. Good morning. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. Like everyone else, I'm here talking about the suggestion of increased police funding. I do have some specific information about how there's documented evidence that body cameras don't actually do anything to change police behavior. So I'm going to detail some of those studies. And I think that some of you may have seen these studies already. They were presented to Commissioner Natalie Borden of the Halifax Police Commissioners last summer. And this information was presented by East Coast Prison Justice Society and Women's Wellness Within. So I'm just going to repeat some of their findings and data that they've put together. So to be clear, the idea of spending money to study whether or not body cameras would be a useful addition to the HRB makes me laugh, because otherwise it would make me cry if I wasn't laughing. So there's a lot of research showing that body cameras don't do anything to really change police behaviors or the way that people perceive the police. So there's research by Cynthia Lum and others that show, I'm quoting here, although officers and citizens are generally supportive of use where this study happened, it wasn't statistically significant. There were no consistent effects on most measures of officer and citizen behavior or citizens' view of the police. And the expectations and concerns surrounding body-worn cameras among police leaders and citizens have not yet been realized. Another study from Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department, they looked at police who wore body-worn cameras, and they found that those cameras did not meaningfully affect police behavior on a range of outcomes, including complaints and use of force. A 6-month study by Western Australia Police Force in 2016 found a small increase in the use of force incidents when officers wore body-worn cameras. And then just yesterday, we saw the death of another young Black woman caught on a body-worn camera in the United States, just hours after the conviction of the police that murdered George Floyd. So I feel like there's a huge stack of evidence showing that body-worn cameras don't work. This topic has been studied and studied and studied, and there's no compelling evidence showing that police wearing body cameras does anything to reduce harm that police reap on Black and brown bodies. And so I'm vehemently opposed to the funding to study this in Halifax, because I worry that if it was studied, it would lead to even more spending to purchase those cameras and then see a program instituted. And then on the second piece of funding suggested to hire someone to do investigation of police, for the HRP to hire someone who investigates the police. Like, I barely know how to make a coherent argument about that because it's just so ridiculous. The idea that the police can self-monitor, like no other body, no other public body does that. You know, we have independent ombudsmen and auditors and oversight bodies for almost every piece of our public institutions. So I just can't even understand how anyone would think that the police should be trusted to oversee themselves, considering that we've seen time and time again in Canada and the US police doing a very bad job at exactly that. As many people have said, defunding the police means reducing funding, not increasing it. And it seems disingenuous to be talking about increasing funding specifically for these two pieces of police activity in the midst of also having several processes ongoing, looking at what defunding the police means and how it might work here. So yeah, I'm a bit dumbfounded that the suggestion and that this is even being considered to increase the funding. And I guess one point I really want to impress upon the councillors who will end up making this decision is that this is a decision. It's not inevitable that police funding needs to increase. It's actually quite necessary that it decreases. And I just want to remind all of you that you today are making choices. And I urge you to make the right choice not to fund these ridiculous increases to police budgets and instead choose to move towards a path of defunding the police and refuse these two pieces of funding. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Robin. I'm going to ask if there are any councillors who have questions of clarification. Okay, not seeing any. Thank you, Robin, for your presentation. We do appreciate that. Madeline Higgins is the next speaker, followed by Alex Mann and Caitlin O'Neill. Madeline, are you with us this morning?
Hi there, I am present.
Good morning. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you very much. First, I just wanted to thank all of my fellow Haligonians for showing up to this meeting today. I know that this is probably an unprecedented volume of community participation, and I'd like to see our councillors acknowledge our priorities as a city, one of which is clearly defunding the police. So a lot of people have spoken to the increases of funding. I wanted to place those in some context using information researched by some wonderful, intelligent people who I am lucky to know. So I wanted to place in context that the police has requested these increases, but at the same time, they have defunded victim services $50,000. I think that there is something to be said for the fact that they're asking for increases in workers' compensation and internal investigations and defunding victim services, because victim services works with those who are most vulnerable in our communities. I'm also frustrated seeing this because I know that our governmental bodies do not keep data on rape kits and that the police do not keep data on the number of rape kits used. I also know that in the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women's final report, one of the suggestions was that funding for victim services be external to policing budgets. And I'm just frustrated to see that that's still going on. I also wanted to talk about the funding that the police get to do polygraph testing, which has actually been outdated as of 1987, and the results from polygraph testing can no longer be used in court. They don't hold up in court. So taxpayers are paying $260,300 a year to publicly fund disproven investigation tactics, which can really not be described by any word other than just coercion and manipulation.
I'd also like to contrast the funding that the mounted unit receives. My understanding is that it's 2 horses and 2 officers. Somebody else said 1 to 1, I don't know. But they are receiving $271,600, which is more than the funding for all of victim services. So I just love if we could give more money to humans and not horses. I'd like to pivot to the proposed creation of a report on body-worn cameras. Again, there's a huge body of evidence that body cameras do not deter violence, and I think it's factual to say that they just record it. And we've all seen enough violence to know that our officers should not be going around with weapons of execution on them. One of the studies that I think I found most interesting was that the use of body camera footage within trials sways the jury in favor of the officer, regardless of the footage shown or any opposition via witness statements. So that first person perspective footage is not an unbiased way to present evidence. Lastly, I would like to pivot to examining the goal of policing. We can say loosely that they are here to help with their community safety. And I think we all know that they are not helping. I myself, as an incredibly privileged white person, has had violent and traumatizing experiences with the police starting at the age of 8. So I cannot imagine, or I can only imagine, the experiences that Indigenous and other people of color are having with the police in this city. I don't feel our city is safe when my neighbors and my community members are sleeping in tents, when they are sleeping on benches, when they are sleeping on, again, taxpayer crowd-funded miniature shelters. Our housing issue is part of why we need to decrease funding for the police. People who do not have a safe place to sleep, their social determinants of health are too low to be positively affected by policing. And I know I have about 40 seconds left, so I'm really quickly going to say that I would like to advocate for the use of professional liability insurance for our police. Since medical and legal individuals also need professional liability insurance, I believe that our policing force should also have this. We can use early warning indicators for reckless policing, such as being written up, sued in the past, having convictions in domestic violence or restraining orders against them, to see just how they're going to perform within the community. These may seem radical, but the root of radical is in the Latin, and it means to grasp by the root. When you are reading, you don't pull up the leaves.
Madeline,
you pull up the root.
Going to interrupt. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
You acknowledged that you had 40 seconds left, and that was accurate. So at this point, I'm going to ask any councillors if you have questions of clarification for Madeline. Not seeing any. Again, thank you very much, Madeline, for your presentation. The next 3 speakers are Alex Mann, Caitlin O'Neill, and Katie Whitlock. Alex, I see you there.
Good morning, thank you.
Good morning. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Awesome. Thanks. Good morning, councillors. I'm Alex Mann. I am a resident of North End Halifax. I would also like to speak to the concerns I have about the additional funds you are looking at allocating to the HRP's budget, specifically the funds to hire someone to put together a report on body-worn cameras. I don't support any increase to the HRP or RCMP's budget for that matter, and I think that funding this report is an extremely ill-advised choice. I know that ultimately this report is a step that will inform council's decision to add body cams to the HRP's budget in future. However, a report describing their use in other cities doesn't necessarily reflect how body cameras will actually be used here. Even if officers do use them as they are intended and making sure they're actually on during calls, which has been a big problem for other police forces, I'm concerned about policies regarding who gets access to those recordings and how they'll be analyzed. The HRP is notoriously reluctant to share any of their policies publicly, so we may never know who exactly is looking at this footage or how they're making it available to the citizens that that footage includes. Many police forces across the continent have been quick to adopt body-worn cameras as sort of a show of interacting with community and holding themselves accountable. But having body-worn cameras doesn't inherently lead to transparency and accountability, especially since most body cam footage is never seen by the public and their actual protocols don't change to reflect the fact that they have them now. I also don't trust that a report compiled by the HRP themselves will be unbiased and truthful. In March of 2019, a review of 70 different studies conducted about body cams was released by George Mason University's Center for Evidence-Based Crime Policy, indicating that body cams have not had significant effects on either officer or citizen behavior, nor citizens' views of police. Like Robin Tress said earlier in their presentation, there are obviously dozens of studies that have been done on this topic with a lot of inconsistent findings. And it would be really easy for the HRP to pick the ones that they like the look of and mislead council with their report, as we know they have done before, which Karen at the very top of the order mentioned was sort of presented to the council in January. So if anything, to me, the fact that the HRP is claiming they need to have their actions monitored and recorded in order to treat members of our community with the decency and respect that they deserve is simply indicative of the culture that is prevalent in their organization. Wearing body cams isn't going to undo that. It isn't going to increase my personal trust in them, either as individuals or as an organization, but it is going to be a huge amount of money that could be allocated elsewhere to actually help people in the city, as many others in this call have sort of talked about in more detail. I'm skeptical that moving forward with body cams will have any significant benefits to the citizens of Halifax, but will only further inflate the HRP's budget. Finally, the efforts initiated by this council and the Board of Police Commissioners to investigate options of defunding the police look extremely insincere when less than 1 year later, they're both considering significant increases to the HRP's budget. I know the definition for defunding the police is under investigation for this body, and we're waiting on results from the committee led by Elle Jones in around June, I believe. But surely it is common sense. We can agree that defunding does not mean giving the HRP even more money than last year. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay. Thank you very much, Alex. I don't see any councillors who have indicated that they would like to ask questions of clarification. So on a go-forward basis, councillors, if you wouldn't mind indicating that in the chat while the speaker is speaking, I would appreciate it. So thank you very much, Alex, for your presentation. The next speakers on the list are Caitlin O'Neill, Katie Whitlock, and Stephanie Clark. Caitlin, are you with us?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning, Caitlin. We can hear you. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Perfect. So I asked to speak today because, like others on the call, I'm strongly opposed to the proposed increases in budgets for a body camera report, as well as for the RCMP to hire a new complaints investigator. As someone else alluded to, you know, there are a lot of people. For me, this is my first time speaking at a city council meeting and being engaged in this way because I feel really strongly about this. And I do think, as Alex had just said, that it's very disingenuous to be considering these proposals in the midst of analyzing the potential of defunding the police. As everyone has said, the HRP has an $88 million budget. They're the single largest budget line for the city. And given the current realities of COVID and the strains that has put financially on our city, I think that it would be much more responsible for them to, if they feel that this is truly necessary, which I disagree with based on the existing evidence, but, you know, if they must, to take it from their existing budget. As other people have pointed out, they can get rid of one police horse and that would more than cover it. as a community, we're not calling for the police to have increased funding, increased technology, and increased surveillance tools to surveil the community. We're calling for defunding. And I think that with the use of Stingray technology, trust has really been broken in the city around policing and technology, with the warrantless searches that happened with that, and the fact that it went on for 3 years without the knowledge of the majority of the city. And body cameras can have built-in facial recognition technology and can be a tool for mass surveillance. And I think that the HRP has shown the community that they can't be trusted with those kinds of tools based on, as I said, the Stingray issue. Also, these body cameras are, from my research, quite costly, $800 to $1,000 per camera, which I assume if they decided that they wanted these cameras, the city would again be on the hook for increasing the budget. Similar to what Alex said, you know, if we can't trust them to do their jobs without a camera, why are we trusting them at all instead of looking at investing in other means of public safety? In regards to the RCMP budget increase, CBC looked over a period of 18 years and found that there had been 461 cases of death or harm in police custody, disproportionately affecting Black and Indigenous communities. And of this 461 cases, there were 2 convictions that resulted. I think that this speaks louder than anything could that police are not able to effectively police themselves. And also, if we look at the Street Check report, there's multiple statements in there from police saying that they face retributions, colleagues ignoring them, shunning them if they try to speak out, including there was one officer who had spoken out about, without filing a formal report, about how they had spoken to another officer about how they had treated a group of what they described as minority youth and were shunned for weeks. So it's clear police don't have a culture where they can effectively manage their own within their ranks. In fact, it seems to be actively discouraged. As others have said, I think that there are many better things for the city to spend this money on if they have $150,000 to spare. And I think it's fundamentally about what kind of city that we want to build together. Police respond to harm and often cause more harm in doing so and are a big source of harm for many communities, whereas social services such as housing are actually services that prevent harm. You know, Add Some has spent $50,000 since January making sure that
Caitlin,
people...
I'm going to interrupt at this point. You have 30 seconds left.
Okay, thank you. Add Some House has spent $50,000 since January on providing emergency housing. I would much rather them be repaid for that if there's money, or, you know, the tiny homes that private citizens have funded to keep their community safe. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions of clarification in the list. Tanya Hodenot, we see you in the meeting. Are you interested in speaking with council this morning? We have also seen a cancellation.
Yes, I am here.
Yep. Okay, go ahead, Tanya. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, good morning. So I was planning on not attending after all, but after listening in and hearing what folks are saying, I just want to say that I wholeheartedly agree with everything that everyone's been saying, and the fact that during COVID, the budget for victim services was slashed. I don't have the numbers in front of me now, but the budget for victim services was slashed, and we know that domestic violence and familial violence has gone through the roof during COVID for the stay-at-home orders and folks that are forced to stay inside with violent people. So of course, more domestic violence is going to be occurring, and the fact that that budget was dropped during a pandemic shows that the intentions of protecting the safety of citizens and those most marginalized aren't at the forefront of HRP's mind, and the fact that they're, I forget what it was, sorry, but they're, I think compensation for the officers themselves actually went up like double the amount that the victim services budget went down. And the fact that during a pandemic, the concern of those controlling the HRP budget was to cover HRP's own safety with their own officers, and it wasn't for public safety as it should be. And just the fact that, again, with the body cams and then hiring the RCMP to write an internal report about the RCMP, it's just sort of nonsense at this point. And I'm not really sure another way of how to phrase it, because time and time again, we have these meetings and we hear these things in the press about the HRP is signing on to do better. And we had like the street checks report come out, but like nothing has actually happened from that. Nothing seems to happen within the HRP unless citizens are on top of them and trying to keep them accountable. And that's exhausting for a community to keep on doing. So I asked the councillors making the decision today on the budget that they consider the fact that community has been showing up over and over and over again to try and keep the Halifax Regional Police accountable, and the fact that they have continually let us know that they are not willing to do that by themselves. And the fact that, yeah, that article about the body cams shows that it's not going to sway a jury's favor. They can turn them off. There are different ways to go about it. And the fact that the company that folks are looking into purchasing this from has already monopolized the police forces within the states. And it's all of that data that I would assume does have facial recognition is being stored. And so people that are normally followed by police and profiled by police, all of that information that would be captured on body cams would be going into a database that can be used to further track them, as someone previous to me had already mentioned. So yeah, I just ask that you take into consideration that community is showing up and trying very hard to keep accountability as high as we can on HRP, but we do need the support of council members. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Tanya, for your presentation. I appreciate that. I don't see any questions of clarification from councillors, so I'm going to move ahead. The next three speakers on the list are Katie Whitlock, Stephanie Clark, and Megan Leary. Katie, I see you there.
Thanks, Paul.
Hello, good morning. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thanks, bud. My name is Katie Whitlock. I'm 29. My pronouns are they, them, and I am a resident of Bedford. I was born and raised here in Chibouctouc and have been working and paying taxes in HRM for over 14 years. Depending on the time of year and whether or not the world is in a global pandemic, I rotate between managing hospitality venues. I do overnight frontline positions at homeless shelters and site logistics management for large-scale festivals and events. So what I'm trying to say is that I've come into contact with HRP and RCMP in a variety of professional settings. In this time, I have witnessed excessive use of force, racial profiling of Black and Indigenous patrons, clients, and colleagues, unprofessional behavior and language, and an overall lack of empathy, understanding, and education. I believe that all these issues stem from poor policing leadership and a complacent racist government which refuses to acknowledge the trauma that they have caused and continue to cause our BIPOC individuals and communities. A task that is accomplished by the actions of a few bad apples within our police. As stated many times before, HRP has a budget of over $88 million and is now asking for an additional $85K to write a report on body-worn cameras. Luckily, Nova Scotia Policing Policy Working Group has already sent that academic research and recommendations on body-worn cameras to the Halifax Regional Board of Police Commissioners. In her extremely easy to find study, Cynthia Lum, as noted before, and her colleagues from George Mason University have stated, although officers and citizens generally are supportive of BWCs have not had statistically significant or consistent effects on most measures of officer and citizens' behaviors or citizens' views of the police. It is therefore my strong belief that it would be irresponsible for council to approve any additional funding requests that are proposed until the committee that, is it Jacqui Duby? Sorry if I got that wrong. Jack Duby's Reimagining Public Safety Report, he suggested a committee that needs to be formed and public hearings should commence. I'm in full support of the Policing Policy Working Group when stating citizens require proposals that are aimed at reforming police practices, improving accountability, and the redistribution of funds from police budgets to civilian-led social services that are better equipped to respond to their own communities. In community we trust. Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you very much, Katie, for your presentation. I don't see any questions of clarification from council, so I'm going to move forward. The next three speakers are Stephanie Clark, Megan Leary, and Myra McKay. Stephanie, are you with us this morning?
Hello.
Good morning, Stephanie. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Steph Clark. My pronouns are she, they, and I'm a resident of Halifax North End. I'm speaking up today against the additional funding to the Halifax Regional Police Service. The Halifax Police Service already has a budget of $88 million. I'm concerned why the HRP is unable to fund this report out of their current and considerable budget. We all know by now that the police do not prevent crime, they show up afterwards, and most time cause more harm. Crime prevention starts with funding social programs and creating more opportunities for existing spaces like Out of the Cold, Coverdale Court Work Society, the Youth Project, South House, BIPOC Doulas Nova Scotia, Veith House, No One is Illegal Halifax, Halifax Mutual Aid. And that's just naming a few. There are so many others unmentioned, but they could all use more funding. And as a member of this community, I want to see more money go to the people that have been doing the work to make resources accessible for everyone and spaces safer for everyone. The HRP has never proven to offer safer spaces or proper harm reduction, like the programs I've mentioned. So why are we still deciding if the HRP should get more when they have only proven to abuse their power and have zero positive impact on the neighborhoods they frequent? Why are we expected to pay for our own harassment and torture? We all deserve to live our lives free of the fear from the HRP's actions. And that's all I have to say.
Okay. Thank you very much, Stephanie, for your presentation. I don't see any questions of clarification, so I'm going to move forward. The next speakers are Megan Leary, Myra McKay, and Kate Ryan. Megan, are you with us this morning? Okay. Myra McKay.
Sorry, I'm here.
Oh, there we are. Go ahead. Go ahead, Megan. You have 5 minutes.
Hey, yeah, so my name is Megan Leary. I live in the north end of Halifax, and I use the pronouns she, her. I am echoing pretty much everybody on this call by expressing my opposition to the budget increases within the HRP for 2 new positions, investigating body-worn cameras and investigating the complaint line. The first point that I want to address is that it really is unethical. It's simply unethical to hire within the industry to investigate its own wrongdoings. I don't really know of any other industry that goes about its own investigations this way. It really does not make much sense, as it's not possible to do this free from bias. We have seen that we can't really trust the police force within Canada to hold itself accountable. I want to ask the council members, where are the good apples? Where are the people within the police force that are actually holding each other to a high standard of the law that we should be able to count on for our safety? Because there really have not been many examples as we examine the public safety crisis that we're currently in with violence from the police force toward people of color and Indigenous people in Canada that proves that this is taking place. It's very clear, again, that the use of body-worn cameras is not an effective measure.
And I also want to take it back to the point previously stated that body-worn cameras actually create a biased perspective when used for evidence. So to internally investigate this evidence that already does not prove to be protective of the community really does not make much sense. If council is actually interested in providing safety to the members of the city it represents, it should consider that any measure taken surrounding body cameras simply does not increase public safety in any way. I also want to say that if investigative hires were to be done, these should be separate from the HRP. Independent investigations may be helpful to our community in bringing more evidence to why the HRP actually does not need more funding, but should be in the process of defunding. As previously stated by so many people, there are so many places within our community here in Halifax that require more funding. We're currently in a public safety crisis or a public health crisis. We're in a pandemic right now. And there are so many places within this city that could use additional funding to bring more safety to this community. I also would like to echo Madeleine's point about personal liability insurance for police. This takes place in other health professions and would actually be a great way of using the funding that already exists within the police force to make sure that, if we're trying to hold officers accountable, if we're trying to ensure safety, if we're actually trying to ensure safety for the members of our community, this would be a great use of the funding that already exists without having to bring more in. Yeah, I really don't have much to say else that hasn't already been said. I just want to, echo everybody in saying that I think it's pretty clear that our community is unfortunately growing more and more distrusting of the HRP and not really looking to them as people that we can trust with, handling the care that our community currently needs, especially now in a pandemic. So yeah, with that being said, I just urge the council to consider what all this outcry, all this support showing up for, the defunding of police rather than the funding of these positions. And, if we can't rely on the police force, hopefully we can rely on our council to provide the safety that we're hoping for. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Megan, for your presentation. We appreciate that. I don't see any questions of clarification from councillors, so I'm going to move forward. The next three presenters on the list are Myra McKay, Kate Ryan, and Cheryl Scotland. Myra McKay, are you with us this morning? Okay. Kate Ryan, are you with us this morning? Cheryl Scotland, are you with us this morning? Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
There we are. Thank you. Just give me a minute. The next two speakers on the list are Sue McNeil and Nancy Ives. Go ahead, Cheryl. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Cheryl Scotland. I have lived in Craigburn Drive since 2005. I'm a lifelong resident of the city of Dartmouth. Just to comment on the changes that are being imposed on the residents of Craigburn Drive, I'd like to point out that we were not made aware, the residents, of this change until March of 2020, a year ago, when the famous pandemic started and COVID-19 changed our lives forever. We were shocked, stunned, and had disbelief when a local resident informed us of this change. We scrambled to contact our councillor, Steve Stretch. We were assured by Mr. Stretch that this change had been announced by Halifax Transit earlier in the year. Well, I'm an avid follower of information from Halifax Transit or even council in the newspaper, and I didn't see anything. I eventually asked Mr. Stretch several times to clarify what was going on, hear our concerns, and he assured me that I'd hear from Halifax Transit. I did receive a response at the end of April from Mr. Dooge, and he cited many things from the Moving Forward report, which I have read in its entirety. He said that we were consulted. My response then and my response now is I'm asking council, please listen, we were not consulted as residents of Craigburn Drive. And I'd like to give you some context about this. In 2015, when the survey was done as part of the Moving Forward plan, 100 to 150 residents responded about the change that was going to occur. In other words, cutting 3 kilometers off the route to Waverley Road, the turn at the Portobello area, and to truncating the bus through Craigburn Drive. Emphatically, our residents said, no, we don't want that to happen. We were never made aware of local pop-up engagement areas. We were never made of anything that was local for us to attend. We never heard anything to the contrary that such a plan would occur. So for us, the issue died. And this issue did not become a concern. And why would it? The history about the service of the busing in Port Wallace area has since 1950s, the bus has been run, when that goes back to Bell buses, when the original route was to come out as far as Rockland Drive, turn around. Through the 60s and 70s, and then 80s when Metro Transit started, the bus was extended to the city line of the Dartmouth City out of the Portobello. Never once has this bus ever been considered to be leaving this main transportation thoroughfare, Waverley Road. What's the point of this history lesson I'm giving you? It's just that the residents didn't even think that this was a possibility. We weren't informed. And we weren't informed because a number of series events. In 2014, our councillor was Darren Fisher. Well, when all of this was happening with the Moving Forward plan, Mr. Fisher was preparing to enter and run in federal office politics, and he was elected in 2015. He vacated our seat. Mr. Fisher never informed us what was happening. He was too busy addressing his own concerns about getting elected at the federal level. Then another unfortunate thing happened in 2015. The Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board decided to remove residents of the Port Wallace areas from Barry's Run out to the city boundary, and we were put into a new district, District 1, which included Middle, Upper Musquodoboit, Dean, Waverley, Fall River, Goffs, and all points in between. This part of the city, we don't have anything in common. So this part of Port Wallace has absolutely nothing in common with these communities, and our representation actually almost became null and void. In 2016, Steve Stretch was elected our councillor. We never received one newsletter or anything from Mr. Stretch. Canada Post never delivered anything to us. We did, however, receive stuff from Councillor Mancini, but he was not our councillor. Mr. Mancini and Mr. Stretch did have a gentleman's agreement, and that was explained to us later in September of 2020. And Mr. Mancini has been sort of taking over any areas of concern in this part of the riding that Mr. Stretch covered. And then when they became aware—
Cheryl, I'm going to interrupt. You have 30 seconds left.
And then when we became aware at a meeting, we were told nothing about the Transportation Standing Committee that we should have gone to. We have not been informed. I'm imploring you, please, councillors, give us an opportunity. Be cognizant of your role as a councillor and your best practices. Please, please do not approve this bus change. Give us a chance, more time to work together and make this truly a going forward moment. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Cheryl. I don't see any questions of clarification from the councillors, so I'm going to move forward. Kate Ryan, I understand you're with us at this point.
I am. Sorry
there
about
you
that.
are. Not a problem. Go ahead, Kate.
Just
You've got 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm just at work, so I had to run out to my car. I am wanting to speak just on behalf of all the parents on Craigburn because there's a lot of us. I feel like the demographics of the neighborhood are either families with young kids or older individuals, and there's lots of families, and we are just concerned about the safety aspect with the bus coming through. We've really developed a culture of active an active lifestyle on our street, and we use the street and sidewalks to ride bikes, to rollerblade, to walk, to run, to walk our dogs. And all the children are really cognizant of seniors walking, and they will have to go on the street with their bikes or rollerblades. And it's really concerning because it's a small street and there's not a lot of traffic. All the traffic is local traffic because it's not a thoroughfare. So they all recognize all the children. They know to go really slow. And I'm not saying the bus is going to be speeding through, but it's concerning because we have a playground and a soccer field that we all feel comfortable sending our children to play independently. And there's been a few times over the years where we have been the bus turnaround if there's been an accident, and families will say, sorry, you can't go to the playground today because the big bus is coming through. And we feel like it will really affect our quality of life with our children. And yeah, the parents are quite concerned, especially on the parts with no sidewalks, because the kids come and go, and it's a real safety concern.
Okay. Thank you very much, Kate. I wasn't sure if that was the end of your presentation or not.
Yeah, I think so. Everyone has really valid points, but mine was more to do with the kids, the safety, the fact that we aren't a thoroughfare to anywhere. It has kept our community a bit insular, and we like that. I also don't love the fact of the stranger danger risk of buses coming through and seeing small children playing independently, because that is important to us, right, to allow our children to do that.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions of clarification in the chat, so I'm going to move ahead with the list.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Not a problem. Thank you very much.
Have a good day.
You too. Myra McKay, are you with us? Okay. The next few speakers on the list are Sue McNeil and Nancy Ives and Andrea Speranza. Sue McNeil, are you with us this morning?
Okay. Hello.
Hi, Sue.
Oh, hi there. Sorry about that. I just had to unmute.
Not
hi,
a problem.
Sue,
go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Sue McNeil, and I'm a longtime resident of Craigburn subdivision. Thank you for taking the time today to listen to our concerns. I'd like to speak regarding the proposed changes to bus route 55 and traffic safety concerns in our subdivision, and in particular the entrances and the exits. So getting in and out of Charles Drive is difficult at the best of times due to the sheer volume of traffic, and particularly so at peak times. Adding a bus turning left without a turning lane will just compound the situation, increase the likelihood of accidents. A bus idling on Charles Keating will be very difficult for cars and pedestrians to see around because it's on an incline, and going around the bus would be dangerous. I'd also like to point out concerns with the Craigburn Drive entrance and exit as well. Making the right-hand turn onto Waverley Road is quite dangerous. You have to nose out into traffic to check to see what might be coming on your left, and traffic moves very quickly on the windy Waverley Road. And then immediately to your right, you have a crosswalk, which you have to be careful of. So those are the two concerns that I wanted to talk about today with traffic safety. So I thank you very much for your time, and wish you all a great day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sue. We appreciate the presentation. I don't see any questions of clarification from councillors on the list. Myra McKay, are you with us?
Myra is in the meeting. We're just working with her to help with unmuting.
Okay, thank you.
Hi.
There we are, Myra. Okay,
All
thank
right.
you. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, my concern would be about the kids playing in the streets. There are a lot of kids on my street here in Craigburn, and we have a lot of seniors that walk here. Buses go through, and I'm looking at the street. The street is very, very narrow, and I'm looking at the street as if to say, well, okay, if the kids are out there playing and we got crooks and turns in the road there, and wondering about the kids if they can see the bus coming or if the bus can see the kids. And apparently, I'm not sure if there's anybody on this street that really takes the bus, except for the ones that's on Waverley Road. So my main concern would be the real narrow streets here and the buses with the kids playing and the seniors. And, I've been a long-time resident here as well, and it's a safety concern for me. So I thank you very much for your time and for listening.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation, Myra. I don't see any questions of clarification from the councillors. So again, we do appreciate your presentation to the Budget Committee. The next speakers on the list are Nancy Ives, Andrea Speranza, and Brenda Holland. Nancy, are you with us this morning? Okay. Andrea Speranza, are you with us this morning? There we are.
Yes, I am.
Good stuff. Thank you, Andrea. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, councillors, and members of the public. My name is Andrea Speranza. I am a community member of Craigburn. If I could sum up the feelings of the 200 people that signed both the online and in-person petition to maintain the entire bus route 55 Port Wallace that was presented to Councillor Stretch and Mancini about a year ago, I would simply use one word, and that word would be disappointed. We're disappointed with the drastic changes that transit wants to implement that negatively impacted both residents of Waverley and the Craigburn community. And in fact, the fact that it was decided without any input whatsoever from the community members that are impacted. We're disappointed that we rallied about 50 people a year ago to discuss our dismay with these decisions, with this proposed bus change or bus route change, and provided hard copies of petitions. And then we received virtually no follow-up. We're disappointed with Metro Transit because they won't meet with us to discuss this, citing that their lawyers advised them that it wasn't necessary. They didn't have to do it. We're disappointed that we found out just mid-morning yesterday that we had to gather our people and our thoughts to speak, and we had to register by 4:30 p.m. yesterday to speak today, at some point today. I feel we deserve better than an afterthought. We're disappointed, but most of all, we're disappointed in the lack of concern for the safety of our community members. Waverley Road is a super windy, dangerous road, not only with no sidewalks on both sides, but often without a shoulder. Sometimes just the line on the edge of the road that is often falling apart. If you remove this safe mode of transportation, where are the bikers and walkers going to safely get from Waverley to the rest of the city? There has been numerous tragic accidents on Waverley Road. You can Google it right now, and there will be a list of people that were killed and seriously injured. And someone thinks this is a good idea to remove this safe mode of transportation. This option is only going to save $2,000 to $3,000. I want to ask you, how much is a life worth? How much is your ability to walk worth, or someone's ability to walk worth? Also, I'd like to ask, will the city be liable for this change? Will our taxpayers' money be paying for this lawsuit that will happen in the future? Now, we understand that COVID has negatively impacted many things, and maybe we just fell through the cracks. But all we're asking for is that councillors represent its members to their best interest, that councillors provide community members with leadership and guidance, that councillors facilitate two-way communication between transit and its community, and that councillors collaborate with decision makers in decision making to make a win-win situation. And specifically what we're asking is to maintain this route and reevaluate this ridership, this decision. It was made in 2015-16, and to collaborate with us to find some new options. I want to thank you all for your time and efforts. I understand that you put lots of time and effort into everything. You have great contribution, and I hope you consider this for the happiness and the safety of our community members. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Councillor Outfit has a question of clarification. So go ahead, Councillor Outfit.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Andrea, good morning. Thank you for speaking to us. I just wanted a clarification. You're saying, and maybe the councillors for the area can provide more detail on this, you're saying that you asked to meet with Halifax Transit to discuss this, but HRM lawyers advised Transit not to meet with you? That sounds a bit unusual to me. Can you give me a little bit more clarification on that, please?
Sure, that information was passed on to us. I think we even have it in writing, but I don't have it right now with me. Perhaps.
Okay. All right. Then maybe I'll check with the councillors later for this, because that just sounds a bit unusual to me. So I usually councillors and transit folks do communicate with residents per their request, a little differently perhaps during a pandemic. But anyway, I will look into that further, and I think it just doesn't make sense to me. But thanks very much.
Sure, of course.
Okay, thank you very much, Andrea. David Hensby, Councillor Hensby, I'm sorry, also has a question of clarification. So go ahead, Councillor Hensby.
Just a quick question, Andrea. Is this the same Andrea involved with Camp Courage?
That's correct.
I just want to thank you for your service and what you do for the women of Halifax to show them there is career opportunities in firefighting and police and first responders. Thank you very much for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any further questions of clarification. So again, thank you very much, Andrea, for your presentation and your discussion. We do have your email address, so if you don't mind, I'll pass that along to Councillors Dave O'Gammon and Outfit, and we can get that information from you.
Definitely.
Thank you. The next speakers on the list are Brenda Holland, Marcy Allen, and Samantha McPherson. Brenda, are you with us this morning? Okay.
Hear me?
Hello? Yes, we can hear you now.
Good morning.
Good morning. Is this Brenda?
This is Brenda Holland speaking.
Wonderful. Thank you. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, I have been a resident of Dartmouth for over 38 years, and I am voicing my opinion on the bus route. Now, my concern is about the noise and the exhaust pollution that these buses are going to cause on our health. Our houses are not set back far enough from the street, so the buses will literally drive by our front yards. So for the noise pollution, it's going to cause disruptions in people's sleep. It's going to give us high blood pressure, stress-related illnesses, hearing loss, and depression, because these buses will run approximately 16 hours per day, which equals 5,840 hours a year that these buses will be coming through with the noise. And then you have the exhaust pollutions. You know, we will be sucking in all these fumes that are bad for your eyes, the nose, the lungs. It will cause headaches, fatigue, and nausea. This is a community that we live outside our community. We are on the streets. We are walking. We are in the park. So we are sucking up all these fumes and all this diesel, because transportation is the main source of pollution. And like I said, these buses are in our front yards, and I'll repeat it one more time. 16 hours a day we will be listening to this, which equals 5,840 hours per year that all this pollution and noise will be right on our front door. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, excuse me. Thank you very much, Brenda. We appreciate your presentation here. I don't see any questions of clarification. So I'm going to jump back in the list for just a minute. Nancy Ives, I understand you're in the meeting and you are ready to go. Nancy, are you with us this morning?
I'm here.
You're here?
Yeah,
okay,
can you hear
welcome.
me?
We can hear you just fine, thank you. Go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, awesome. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today regarding the proposed changes to Bus Route 55. So I'm Nancy Ives. I've lived in Craigburn subdivision for over 20 years, and actually never would I've imagined that I would be speaking with you today regarding bus service through our community, as we already have easily accessible bus service from the Waverley Road. I understand that Route 55 past Craigburn Drive heading to the Portobello turning loop has low ridership and a higher cost per passenger, and that's the reason for the route change and using our subdivision as a convenient place for a turnaround loop. From speaking with my neighbors, I know we have a number of concerns, and you've heard some of those concerns already this morning regarding communication, lack of engagement with the community, some safety issues, and just overall community well-being. So my focus for my few minutes are really going to be focused on the cost and the ridership. So in terms of cost, one of the things I'm wondering about is, will we have an earlier and more frequent snow removal plan to clear Charles Keating and Craigburn Drive and a sidewalk on Craigburn Drive to allow the bus to come safely through? The other issue is we have only 2 entrances and exits into our subdivision from the Waverley Road. And you've already heard from Sue our concerns about the traffic safety with the bus, particularly turning left, coming onto Charles Keating. There's a slope going up the hill, hard to see around the bus with any car stop there. So I'm wondering if any consideration has been given to installing 4-way traffic lights at that intersection or stop signs to ensure that traffic can flow safely through the intersection and allow the bus to safely turn on to Charles Keating Road. So those are a couple costs that come to mind that might offset whatever savings transit might realize from eliminating the route past Craigburn Drive. So in terms of ridership, if I remember correctly, there was some discussion a while back about proposed developments in the Port Wallace and the Montague Road areas that would increase traffic along the Waverley Road. Now, I don't know if and when those developments are moving forward, but I do know there are other developments in Dartmouth, particularly around the Prince Albert Road area. And I know Waverley Road traffic is busy and it will only continue to get busier. I'm thinking maybe the community needs may have changed in the 5 or 6 years since the initial consultation was undertaken. Maybe there's an opportunity now for a park and go location. And maybe there are more alternative routes that would see, for instance, a bus pass a grocery store or go directly to the main terminal or ferry, which may actually encourage more ridership. No doubt we want to work with transit to encourage ridership along Route 55. And we want to work with you to find a solution that will support transit, but at the same time maintain our subdivision as it is. You've heard from my neighbors that we live in essentially a cul-de-sac. It's quiet. Our kids use the streets as recreational sidewalks, and particularly in an area, in an environment, we have COVID. We use the road a lot because we need to pass people because there's only sidewalk on one side. So for now, I would actually like council to consider maintaining the existing Route 55 past Craigburn Drive. Perhaps there might be some need to make change to the frequency of the schedule to minimize impacts elsewhere, but to allow us time to explore other options in conjunction with transit and the community. So that's my thoughts. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, Nancy. We do appreciate the presentation and your input. I don't see any questions of clarification from the councillors, so I'm going to move forward with the list. The next speakers on the list are Marcy Allen, Samantha McPherson, and Tracy Kaiser. Marcy, are you with us this morning? Okay. Samantha McPherson, are you with us this morning?
Hello, yes, I'm with you. Can you hear me
Hi.
all right?
Yes, Samantha, we can hear you. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, great. So my name's Samantha. I'm from District 13, and I also wanted to, I'm here today to talk, along with others that we've heard from already, to voice my concerns about the proposed increase in budget for the HRP for their body camera report, and then also for the RCMP for hiring a new position to investigate complaints against the RCMP. I think that others in the call have already made really strong, have shown some strong evidence and reasons why it makes no sense that these budgets for these policing bodies are going to be increasing, especially when there's so much conversation around defunding the police. And it's something that we've seen communities in Halifax and the HRM and within Nova Scotia trying to push for, and then also within all of Canada as well. So I think it's concerning that these bodies might be trying to increase their budgets even more when they're already so huge in comparison to other forms of the government that might be able to, like social services, that might be able to use the funding in better ways to protect its citizens. So I think it's also concerning that the items listed for the proposed increase are cameras, and then also more money just to investigate complaints. It shows how there's a lot of consideration around are these bodies actually keeping people safe, and most likely this needs to be investigated, and before that it should be before giving more funds allocated to this area, it should be the discussions on defunding should be more clear. So I echo a lot of what others have said. I think people have made some great points. Thank you very much for letting me speak today.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. We do have a question of clarification from Councillor Lovelace. So go ahead, Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Samantha, for joining us today and letting us know your thoughts. I just wanted for a clarification position to let you know that the Budget Committee did refuse and reject the extra RCMP position. So I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of that. But in regards to RCMP and HRP, I'm just wondering, are you aware of which of those policing bodies is involved in safety and precautions in your area? I'm just curious to know whether or not if you've had any interactions, or if you are aware of whether or not RCMP or HRP are responding to concerns in your neighborhood in District 13.
I'm not exactly sure. I don't have much interaction with the police because I am a white woman, and any interaction I have had in my life has not been overwhelming, but I think that is because I am a white woman living in the province, and I'm just trying to listen to other community members that are around me and hear what their stories have been, and echo my own complaints that maybe things should be looked into before moving forward with increased budget.
Okay.
Thank you for addressing it.
Yeah, thank you. I do appreciate that because I think sometimes it's unclear as to who, is policing our neighborhoods in HRM, because we do have that boundary between HRP and RCMP. And certainly I do encourage you to contact police should you see, a drunk driver, any kind of suspicion with regards to theft and so on and so forth. They are here to keep our community safe. But I'm very grateful for your words today. Thank you, Samantha.
Thank you very much. And I don't see any further questions of clarification. So again, thank you very much, Samantha, for your presentation to the Budget Committee today. The next speakers on the list are Tracy Kaiser, Doug Colborn, and Frank Beasley. Tracy, are you with us this morning? Okay. Doug Colborn. Good morning. We see you there.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
We can hear you as well. Thank you very much, Doug. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Well, good morning. My name is Doug Colburn, and I live in the Craigburn subdivision. And I'd like to speak today just for a few minutes about my concerns regarding the rerouting of Halifax Transit bus number 55 from Waverley Road through our subdivision. My particular concern is with the potential safety impacts of rerouting the bus along Craigburn Drive and past the existing children's playground. This existing playground, it's unfenced, and it's been used by children in the area for many years. And the children have been accustomed to the minimal local traffic that's already been discussed, I think. And currently there's essentially zero through traffic on the street. And in addition, next to the playground, we have a local community mailbox. So that area around there is, it's really a high activity area. The area around the playground and the mailbox can have a considerable amount of vehicles stopping by and a lot of people activity. Now, according to page 28 in the briefing notes that were provided for this meeting, Halifax Transit concluded that there are no inherent safety risks. I'm quoting this, associated with traveling on Craigburn Drive. So I was just wondering, and I'd like to find out, did Halifax Transit take the location of the playground into consideration when the rerouting was planned? And if so, did they do any specific structured and documented safety hazard or risk analysis to reach their conclusion of no inherent safety risk? And if there was a hazard analysis or risk analysis done, can we as a local residents have access to these documents for review? I think it's logical to conclude that the introduction of a bus on Craigburn Drive is going to have some level of increase of risk to us, the residents, and especially the children. And so I really am wondering, can Halifax Transit state with 100% confidence that the amount of money saved by this rerouting is justified? And is it justified by the increased level of risk to our children, and in my case, to my grandchildren? That concludes my short statement today, and thanks for your consideration.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Doug. I don't see any questions of clarification, but you've obviously asked some questions. So would you mind if I pass your contact information along to Councillor Bagel-Gammon?
Yes, I'd appreciate that. Thanks very much.
Wonderful. Thank you. The next speakers on the list, Tracy Kaiser, are you with us? I'm jumping back one speaker.
We are working to connect with Tracy right now.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. In that case, the next speakers on the list are Frank Beasley, Kara Friesen, and Brent Moxon. Frank, are you with us this morning? Okay. Kara, are you with us this morning? I see you there. In the
Hello.
meeting. Good
Hello.
morning, Kara. Good morning.
Hi. Hi, this is Frank.
Kara, can you, if you're listening on your phone and your computer, can you please?
Yeah, I'll just turn it off in a sec.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Chair, Frank is on the line at the same time. You may not have heard that. He just spoke up.
Ah.
So we got two of them at the same time.
We do have two of them at the same time. Yes, okay. Frank Beasley, are you with us?
I am with you now.
Beautiful, thank you. Good morning. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks for the opportunity to talk about Route 55 and the bus issue around using Craigburn as a turnaround. I grew up in that area, and 50 years ago, we didn't have much of a bus service back then. And I moved away, of course, for work, and moved back there 4 years ago because it's a nice, quiet area to live in. And I was really impressed with the fact that there was a bus going as far as Portobello to do the turnaround. But when I heard about the possibility that that bus route would be shortened to save a couple of $1,000s, I wasn't amused by that. I was even less amused to hear that the bus might use Craigburn and Charles Keating as a means to turn around. I'm a lean trained executive manager, and you know what? That makes no sense to me whatsoever. It's one of the most asinine, illogical things I've ever heard in my career as a management person. That bus could easily turn around on Montague Road if you just widened the exit and made it possible for the bus to turn left and go back toward Dartmouth. Those buses are pretty good at turning on a dime, and it's really not worth putting our grandchildren and our children at risk in Craigburn. The roads are narrow, even when cars are parked on both sides of the street. Even a car has trouble getting through sometimes. So I would really encourage you to rethink that and do a proper study. I would feel badly for the people who live on Lake Charles Drive and Spider Lake Road, for them not to have an opportunity to take a bus when or if they should ever need it. Is really too bad. It's like not everybody uses the Dartmouth Woodlawn Library, but you're not going to defund that. You're not going to close it. You're not going to move it somewhere else where there's a higher population. So I think what I would suggest to all of you is that the people in Craigburn are a tight community and they care about doing the right thing. It's not just for any kind of personal gain. And I would warn the council and the executives at the Metro Transit, don't become irrelevant to our community. I think that would be a very big mistake. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you very much, Frank. I don't see any questions of clarification in the chat. We do appreciate your presentation this morning. The next speakers on the list are Kara Friesen, Brent Moxon, and Tom McNeil. Kara, we see you there.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm here to echo activist Belle Jones's position on body cameras. She was interviewed and talked about how body cameras can be covered and the video feed can be cut. So I realized that the budget is on the table for increase for the HRP to do an investigation into whether body cameras would be effective. I think there's enough information out there that says that they wouldn't be effective. Video footage does not equal conviction. Police culture needs to be overhauled. They don't need more money. Resources would definitely be better spent in community programs. Body cams don't prevent crisis. The HRP needs to do better with the budget that they currently have. Last year, the board voted for a 3.1% increase to funding in the midst of a housing and a food crisis in Halifax. I'd like to see police handing out food, not tickets. Body cams are reactive. Policing is reactive. We need more funding for community programs. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Kara, for your presentation. We do appreciate the input. I don't see any questions from councillors for clarification, so I'm going to move ahead with our list. And the next speakers on the list are Brent Moxon, Tom McNeil, and Mary Beth Bowie. So Brent, are you with us this morning?
I am.
You are. Good stuff. Good morning. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Russell, Mayor, Councilors. My name is Brent Moxon, and I'm a resident of Craigburn Estates. I'm speaking today on the planned rerouting of our transit, Route 55, which runs through Port Wallis and Portobello via the Waverley Highway. This route has been used for over 75 years, extending further out on different occasions. It is stated by transit that this route has the lowest ridership in HRM, and I'll concede this fact. However, even in a race, one comes first and one comes last. So this has very little bearing in comparing routes. So let's for a moment examine low ridership. The ferry service, one leaving downtown Dartmouth and one leaving Woodside, excuse me, also in Dartmouth, Woodside had the lowest ridership. So what did transit do? They eliminated service on Saturday, Sunday, and holidays from Woodside. So my question to council and transit, why would this not work on Route 55? Low ridership, of course, equates to lower funds. So let's face it, it's all about the money. Instead of lopping 3 kilometers off Route 55, rerouting the bus through the quiet side street, let's just turn it around, just to turn it around. So let's just eliminate weekend service and holidays, on holidays. To begin with, transit just saved approximately 35% of the operation cost. A win. No reduction of service on weekdays to the residents of the 3 kilometers that was going to be lopped off. Win 2. And no rerouting of the bus through Craigburn Estates. Win number 3. We need time to put this all together and other ideas that might come forward. So if we could have a meeting with Halifax Transit to discuss these ideas, that would also be a win. So my suggestion to transit and council, in November 2021, stop service on Route 55 on Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays. Do not lop off 3 kilometers of the route, and do not reroute the bus through Craigburn Estates. In 2015, the survey by Transit, 150 residents did not want buses run through the quiet street. In a petition 2020 presented to council, 193 residents did not want a bus running through our subdivision. It seemed like council and transit are just not listening at this point. Thank you, Paul.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any further speakers on the list. Sorry, I don't see any councillors reaching out with questions of clarification. We do have 3 speakers remaining in the list. And so they are Tom McNeil, Mary Beth Bowie, and Dr. Gregory Brown. Tom, are you with us this morning?
Mr. Chair, we are reaching out to him to see if we can get him on the line.
Okay, thank you very much. Mary Beth, are you with us this morning? Okay, thank you. And Dr. Gregory Brown, are you with us this morning? Okay, thank you. The remaining names that I have on the list are Tracy Kaiser, Jordan Jeremiah, and Claire Moran. Are any of you with us this morning? Okay, thank you. Now, it is 11:30 in the morning. It does not seem that we have any remaining speakers on the list. Those who have signed up to speak, we have not been able to get in touch with. Staff has asked for a 10-minute break before the presentation that staff will be making. So my proposal to councillors and staff is that we break for lunch at this point and come back either at 1 o'clock or in advance of 1 o'clock. That will give them time to prepare for what they need to prepare for and give us a break to consider all of the presentations that we have heard and to go over the notes. I'm wondering what council would like to do about that. I see thumbs up, so so let's break until 1 o'clock, and I'm throwing that question out to council as well. And will that be enough time for staff to prepare what they need to prepare? Okay, we are going to take a break until 1 p.m. And reconvene then. Thank you very much, everybody. And thank you especially also to the members of the public who have come forward and shared your ideas, your thoughts, your concerns with us this morning. We will take that into consideration as we go through the budget. Thank you, and we will see you at 1 o'clock. Ian, is there anything that we should know about that?
Same process we followed before. You will return back to this Zoom link. We'll be muting microphones and turning off cameras here as we go to the break. And a reminder that we will be coming back live to the YouTube link. So we will start it right as close to 1 o'clock as we can.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And we will see you at 1 o'clock.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just a reminder, we will be turning on the microphones and the cameras here in 1 minute. When we have your microphones and camera back on, we are on YouTube. We are live on YouTube when you return. Thank you.
Anybody out there?
Thank you. It is almost 1 o'clock, so let's resume at 1 o'clock. This will continue with a staff presentation, and then we will be moving into discussion. But let's wait for a couple of minutes. Good afternoon and welcome back to the afternoon session of the Budget Committee meeting. The next item on the agenda is a presentation from staff on where we are. And so at this point, Mr. Clerk, do we have enough members of council? And I see Jane. And do we have John? And are we good to go?
Good afternoon, everyone. We do have a quorum, and I believe we have our staff in attendance. I pass it back to you.
Okay. Thank you. So Jane, if you would like to proceed with the presentation, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Budget Committee members. Jane Fraser, Executive Director of Finance, Asset Management, and ICT. So we're here today to discuss the budget adjustment list, and we're finally narrowing in at the end of the budget process. Today's step is the final determination of what the budget will be, as well as setting the tax rate. So I'm going to go through the process for the rest of the day, as well as give a bit of an update on where we are from a fiscal plan point of view. Next slide, please. So through the whole budget process, the business units have been coming in, and with their presentations, some items have been moved to the BAL, or the budget adjustment list. So now committee has the option and the opportunity to look at every one of those items and determine if they want to fund the full amount that's been moved, a partial amount of it, or to reject it completely. Items must be decided by motion. Staff does need a motion to record the decision, but you can vote the items either as a block, as a group, or individually. So that is up to the committee to determine how they want to move through the process. Staff will be tracking the approved items, and that way we will know what tax rate implications are, both from an impact on the rate as well as the average tax bill. And then any approved items are added to the business unit budget. Once that's done, we build the final budget that comes back to Regional Council on the 4th, May the 4th, for ratification. Next slide, please. So one of the key questions that have been asked through this whole process is how are we going to fund the over items or the BAL items if all the business units have been given their targets already? So there's a number of options that we go through to fund the BAL. The general principle is one-time items should be funded with one-time revenues, whereas ongoing items should be funded with recurring revenues. So you have that matching of ongoing expenses being funded with ongoing revenue. So we look at the revenue assumptions that we have in place for this year, 21-22 and beyond. Typically, we look at the surplus for the ongoing fiscal year, so 2021. We'll look at reserves to see if there's options for funding of items, and then tax rate increases. Another thing that we look at is targeted funding. So can we increase grants or low-income programs to offset tax increases? So rather than give a blanket tax reduction, are there ways that we can reduce the impact of tax rate increases on specific groups? Next slide, please. So we've had a number of items added to the BAL, and there's a brief overview of them in the deck. In your report are all of the briefing notes that have been asked for by committee and prepared by the business units. So I'm not going to go into detail on all of these items because there's been some really good conversation about them, as well as full information in the package. So what you'll notice as we go through is that the items have been are indicated as either ongoing, one-time, or capital. The increases are in blue, and the savings or the unders are in red. So starting out with the CAO in his office, there's two overs. One is for increased project funding of anti-Black racism. The other one is doubling the funding for council newsletters to allow for 4 newsletters as opposed to the 2 per district. AG, she has asked for one-time funding to hire a consultant to conduct IT audits. In my business unit, FIAM ICT, we've asked for ongoing funding to double the nonprofit tax rebate for affordable housing, to increase that from 25% to 50%. HRPD have 3 items on the BAL list. The first one is funding for a position to do policy work on body-worn cameras. There's also an ask for funding for Journey to Change training to help with anti-Black racism. That is a 5-year ask. Next slide, please. The third item for HRPD is hiring a court disposition clerk for 5 years to catch up on the backlog. I will point out that council can approve a dollar increase to HRP's budget, but not the specific items. That is the role of the Board of Police Commissioners. Moving on to library, 2 overs there. One is an increase to the food program, so that is to expand it as well to cover the cost of increasing food. An increase in the purchase of electronic materials, so books, video, audio, that type of thing. Transit, you'll notice on the BAL, they don't have dollar amounts associated with it. That is because they were viewed more as briefing note requests. I think there are 2 that may have some cost implications in the text of the briefing note, but this is really more an ask about how decisions were made or an explanation of what changes were. Moving on to Transportation Public Works. There was $1 million moved to the capital budget to increase street calming. Next slide, please. There was also funding for capital for the Urban Forest Master Plan to reach the 75% of the target over 3 years. That's 1.35, 400,000 for TPW asked to carry out land title searches on the non-accepted streets. That would also likely be capital. TPW has also brought forward 2 savings items. One is moving to bi-weekly green card pickup, as well as bi-weekly blue bag pickup. There's an increase, ongoing increase to increase the special solid waste events by 50%, so 12 to 18 events a year. And then an enhancement to traffic, the snow standard clearing for transit stops. So changing that to having it cleared 24 hours from the end of a storm as opposed to the current 48. In the slide deck that was distributed yesterday into business yesterday, there was an error where there was an item on snow clearing that had been actually defeated by council. I had included it on here as an error. It was just on the deck that it was a mistake. All the other numbers and everything in the reports are correct. So I just wanted to point out that change in case people have a different slide deck in front of them. Next slide, please. So Parks and Rec, there's $250,000 for Discover Halifax Destination. So that is increasing their mandate for the marketing program. There's also an ask for $600,000 one-time funding for the regional center. That's event programming. So that's part of COVID recovery to attract more people to the regional center. As well, for the whole of HRM is the event grant program, and asked to increase that of $150,000. The MDFs, or multi-district facilities, also are experiencing budget pressure related to COVID. They've asked to have a subsidy increase at one time of $1.758 million. Funding to contribute to the Queen's Mark Public Art, and then as well funding for the Den at Acadia School. Next slide, please. Planning and Development, a report to carry out a study and produce a report on E. coli microbial, I can't pronounce that, analysis at First Lake. There was also a request to increase the Heritage Conservation District grant by $250,000. So that would bring that grant program up to $800,000. Request for 10 FTEs as well for planning and development. Fiscal services, that is the resource planning for in-year staffing. The presentation was made on the 7th. So that was $2.25 million ongoing. That is to hire between probably 15 to 18 professional staff to assist with moving forward council's initiatives and agendas. I've also added the last item on deed transfer tax. We have reviewed the estimates on deed transfer tax and are recommending that the budget be increased by $13.5 million. I've put that on the deck, and it's in red as a savings. So that's why that item is on the list. Next slide, please. So this is just a summary of the items. So in total, we have 29 items on the ballot, totaling $11.1 million. So there's 6 one-time items of $2.94 million. We have ongoing over, so there's 18 of those, which are $6.6 million. The 2 savings that were brought forward of $1.2 million. And then 3 capital items, that would be $2.7 million. And the capital items are one-time as well. I do want to point out that the 4-year impacts of the ongoing overs is about $7.1 million when you hit 24-25. That does not include any savings that are there. We're recommending that we use the increased deed transfer tax to fund any of the approved orders that may be moved by committee. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the rate impact of the ballot items, both on the actual rate as well as on the average tax bill. So if council was to approve, the full $11.1 million in BAL, the impact of that is a rate increase of 0.0153 or 1.5%. The average residential tax bill will go up by an additional $38.41. So that's over the $38 that was in the original fiscal plan based on a 1.9% tax rate. You can see what the impact is of the out year of ongoing with the expenses and the savings indicated on the line there. When you bring in the deed transfer tax funding as a funding source, the increase, there's actually a surplus of $2.4 million. So just to give you a bit of context about what that means, if you want to decrease the average tax bill by 0.5%, we need to find $2.8 million in savings. So that sort of gives you a sense of order of magnitude. If the $2.4 million in savings is directed totally to tax reductions, what would happen is that the average tax bill on the res would go up by 1.5%, as well as the average increase in the residential bill would be close to $30, as opposed to what was presented in the fiscal plan. I do want to point out, though, that tax rate reductions will put pressure on tax revenue in the out years. So it's a compounding impact, and it knocks on through the out years. Next slide, please. So just want to talk a little bit about the fiscal plan and some of the recommended changes that we have going forward. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this was the plan that was presented in January when we kicked off the budget process. So at that time, we were projecting a gap of anywhere between 56 million or 61.5 million in the out years. When I presented the fiscal plan, you know, I spoke about the fact that it was conservative in the sense that the revenues, we were being fairly conservative on revenue estimates, and that as we went through the process, what we do is we look at the experience that we're seeing, and it gets revised both in year as well as for the out years. Next slide, please. So the assumptions that we had at the back in January were that the economy would start to improve in 21-22. We are seeing some strengthening in the economy. HRM's performing quite well, as is Nova Scotia. We had estimated that the impacts of COVID would go through for 18 months. And that would be more on the revenue side of things, mainly from transit fares, revenue, parking revenues, those sorts of things. And the thought is that revenue would recover behind economic activity. We had the budget for 21-22 is benefiting from $31 million in federal restart money. So that is a big impact for the budget, and really sort of smooth some of the pain of getting to balance. That money is not there in the out years, and the federal government has spoken about their desire to invest in recovery, economic stimulus, economic development, as opposed to providing local governments with funding to cover operating shortfalls due to COVID. Talked a bit about the gap. We're seeing great growth, as everyone knows, on the residential side on assessment. So that's strong. What isn't occurring is that growth on the commercial side of things. So we're not seeing that commercial growth to offset the growth in the expenditure. So we will have gaps. A big savings is the decision not to take out the short-term loan. Our tax collection, as well as our cash flows, are very strong, certainly much stronger than we had thought this time last year. So that is funding of $2.8 million that was included in debt servicing. Next slide, please. I just want to talk about transfer tax a little bit. It's very volatile. You hear me talk about how volatile it is. Certainly the CAO, the mayor, and a number of councillors talk about it. So this chart shows a bit of history and some projections forward. The green bars are the budget outlooks that we would have had built in, and then the blue is the actual transfer tax that we collected. So you can see starting in 2016-17, it was pretty close. It was actual was only 10% higher than budget. You see a little bit of growth in 2017-18, 18-19, about $9 million over budget. 19-20, it took off. We had projected 39 million and ended at 60 million. With COVID and not understanding what would happen, we reduced the transfer tax budget down to about $41 million. In February of this year, our projection is $59 million. I think we're going to beat that. I think we're going to actually break $60 million in 2021 from transfer tax. Because it's so volatile and difficult to predict, we asked CAMAC to do an economic study for us. And what you'll see in the boxes, the black outline boxes, are what their assessments or their predictions were for transfer tax. So for 2021, they were looking at $67.8 million, which is pretty close. You can see that the growth really is very, very high and quite aggressive going out of the piece. We have been a bit more conservative. I prefer to err on the side of caution when it comes to revenue. But if the predictions come through, you'll see that we have a fair amount of growth in deed transfer tax to come. Next slide, please. So with that, we've taken that information and we've updated the fiscal plan. So where we're sitting as of today is we had a starting gap, which is the top blue line, and those are the numbers from January. For illustrative purposes, we've just assumed that everything in the ballot gets approved, including the savings in the out years. We don't have to pay the $21 million in short-term loan, so that gets added back and it's positive. Deed transfer tax, these are the increases over the original fiscal plan. So you can see some good growth there, but still probably conservative. We also know that we're going to be facing some new cost pressures that need to be built in. So the road transfer from the province is estimated at about $5 million. So we're putting that in the fiscal plan. We've got a little bit in contingency for 21-22. Fuel prices are always volatile, so we've added a bit more there. And insurance premiums. The cost of insurance is really, really growing. So in order to be prudent, we've increased that cost a little bit as well. And then we're also seeing a lot of growth in some nice growth in investment revenue. So when you put all of that together, the gap has been significantly reduced. We still have a gap, but it is, certainly as you can see the numbers here in the $31 to $37 million range, as opposed to the $56 to $61 million range back in January. So some good news there. Next slide, please. So there's some of the changes to the assumptions. I've already talked about a few of them. So the base now for deed transfer tax is $60 million with growth of 5% thereafter. The federal government has indicated a topping up of gas tax, so a doubling up of $26 million. That will go into reserves for capital as is required. And that money can either be used to increase the capital program or to decrease capital from operating to address some fiscal pressure. Spoke about the road transfer and other costs and the short-term loan. So that just tells you what some of the biggest moves are in the fiscal plan update. Next slide, please. So moving on to the general rate surplus for 2021. As at February, which is period 11, general rate surplus was projected to be $34 million. The majority of that is due to deed transfer tax, $18 million, $15 million from federal restart funding, and then some puts and takes within the business units to round out the other million. We are recommending that the surplus go to reserves, so $10 million to the strategic initiative reserve, $10 million to the operating reserve, and then the balance, $14 million to capital reserve. What this does is gives council flexibility in 2021 to address pressures, to take opportunities, and to fund other initiatives that may come up throughout the year. Next slide, please. So next steps. So what will happen today is once we have, or when we finish debate, I should say, once we have all of the decisions, we update the budget. So in the business units and then the operating budget for HRM as well as capital if there's changes there. And we'll have a tax rate when we conclude this debate. So if there is a desire for council to establish a tax rate that's below where we end up, I'll just need some direction on what that is, and we can go and I'd look to reserves to fund that is where I would go to get the rate that council desires. As I said, though, that does put pressure on the out years. So if approved, we'll transfer the surplus funds to the reserves. Otherwise, what will happen is at the end of the year, when we do the year-end accounts, the close off, they just fall to the bottom line, automatically go to reserves, and we can deal with them that way. So there's no pressure today to deal with that. Business plan, strategic plan will be revised, and we do the final budget book. We produce that, and then we ratify the budget at Regional Council on May 4th, and the spending authorities in place, and we're good to go. It's that easy. So with that, that's the end of the process for today, and an update on fiscal update, and look forward to the debate. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Jane, for the presentation and the information. I would not be so optimistic to say we will be finished today. I think we'll be into tomorrow, but we'll see how things go. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll put the motion on the floor. I move that the Budget Committee direct the Chief Administrative Officer to finalize a proposed operating budget for Regional Council that includes any accepted items from the from the budget adjustment list to be added, removed to from the 2021-22 proposed operating budget, together with proposed amendments respecting any accepted items from the budget adjustment list proposed to be added, removed to from the 2021-22 approved capital budget.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder?
Second by Mancini.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini. Go ahead, Councillor Austin. We almost had a very short meeting.
Almost defeated the budget before it even started, Mr. Chair. So thank you, Jane, for the presentation. And I just want to start off because I don't always get the chance to say something nice about our federal provincial partners. Usually, we deal more with the points of friction than when things are going well. And, I think they deserve acknowledgement here for the support they have provided us through gas tax, through the restart funding, because we would not be in this position otherwise. Our budget would probably look quite a bit different if we had, and that would have been impacts on services and initiatives that our residents are counting on. So thank you to them. I did have some questions. So Jane, just going back to the slide about the rate impact, I just want to make sure, I think I understand it, but I just want to make sure that that everyone's on the same page. The proposal, like the impact on the rate is for illustrative purposes. If we are funding this from deed transfer compared to the 1.9 place that we're starting with, we have money that it would not impact that rate if council opts to fund the budget adjustment list extras from deed transfer.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the committee. That's absolutely correct. If you look at the printout of all the items on the ballot that was in the report, if the full deed transfer tax goes to all of the items, the rate it would then be $8 instead of a $38 increase. It would be reduced by $8.22. So then the average residential tax bill will go up by $29.78 and then the rate, instead of being 0.82, would fall to 0.817. So it would actually decrease from where we were back in January.
Okay, thank you. So my next one, the deed transfer, that divide, like where it is so volatile, and you kind of got the projected, and then there's always a little bit of extra, which is good budgeting. You're far better off to finish with a little bit of extra in deed transfer than to get to the end of the year and realize you were optimistic and you're short. So there really should always be some sort of surplus there. That said, I think it's okay. I mean, it's not going to be zero. So it's about finding that line as to, well, what's okay to be building from operating out of deed transfer. And could you, going back to that slide, where are we actually landing? Like if council were to fund the budget adjustment list from deed transfer, where are we on that kind of continuum? Like what would our total then be that we're basically banking out of deed transfer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to the committee. So we are recommending that, so the budget for deed transfer tax would be $60 million for 21-22.
Do we have any sense as to what the breakdown in that is? Is capital that's one time that you could ratchet down if we had a correction or something, and what is ongoing.
Okay, I understand what your question is now, Councillor. So your question is, if we don't hit $60 million, how are we going to deal with the shortfall? I think is what your question is.
Basically, yeah, I just want to know where we are, like what the level of risk in the deed transfer is.
I would say that the risk is very, very low. The housing market is red hot. If you look at, All Nova had articles in this morning and yesterday about the growth. Halifax is the fastest growing housing market of big cities in the country, which certainly brings its own challenges. But from a deed transfer tax, I think we're okay. What we would do is so often we manage within years. So sometimes there'll be surpluses from other areas. We could look to reserves to do that. And as you said, we could look to stop some capital projects that are not going forward. So there's a number of areas that you would look to mitigate your risk. I have to say, I am comfortable with $60 million in the budget for 21-22. And the growth that we have going out through the fiscal plan is conservative as well at a 5% growth.
I've got 30 seconds, so I'm going to squeeze my last two in. Just on deed transfer, is the you know what? I'll leave that one for now. Long-term capital, we have $2 million left. We've got $2 million left on if we funded everything with that budget adjustment list and deed transfer. What would the art gallery piece that we didn't include in the budget and Neptune? What did they? I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. Do you recall what they tally up to?
Yes, Mr. Chair, through you to committee. So Neptune Theatre, the ask was $100,000. The art gallery ask was $7 million. They proposed that it be paid over 5 years, so $1.4 million per year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much, Jane, for laying out this process and making it so much easier for us to understand. I really like the way this is unfolded this year, and boy, that was a sigh of relief because as the items were racking up on the budget adjustment list, I got to admit I was getting a little nervous. But I'm feeling a lot better having read the report a few times and having the answers to Sam's questions about the deed transfer tax certainly making me feel a whole lot better. So with that said, I think what I'm going to do is put forward a suggested amendment to the motion. I'm taking the nuclear option here. I would like to move that Halifax Regional Council accept the 10 one-time overs and capital expenditures on the budget adjustment list for a total of $5,988,350 to be funded from the deed transfer tax for 21-22.
Councillor Mason. Councillor Mason,
thank you, Councillor Mason.
Go ahead. You've got 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Won't need 5 minutes because I'd like to hear what other folks have to say first. But Ian, feel free to wordsmith that as you see fit. But I think we had some pretty fulsome discussions during this process about the one-time only expenses, and I'm thinking that this might be an efficient way to move through the process. And given the fact that it looks like we have this money as part of the deed transfer tax is coming to us, I think that this might be a good way to fund these one-time only projects with some limited risk. So I'll leave it there and just listen to what others have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Mason.
Thank you. Just procedurally, if there's something someone doesn't agree with in this list, are we able to amend that out rather than kill the entire very brave and appropriate move by Councillor Blackburn and start again from scratch? That would be my preferred way. I just wanted some confirmation from, I see Traves as solicitor has popped up.
So generally, it's not open to an amendment. I would suggest that if there was an item that after the discussion, there was a consensus really ought not to go forward, that essentially you break that out and vote on it separately as you vote on the amendment, given that there's 10 items.
Oh, we could separate it, right?
Just
Absolutely.
separate it and do it that way, I think. And that way the rest of it doesn't fail.
Perfect. So, I actually support just going ahead with all of the one times with a possible exception. And I know there'll be some discussion of this about the body worn cameras that we certainly have heard a lot about today. But for the rest of it, especially the the traffic calming, we've heard a lot about that. People have already started to get excited about the potential list of additional streets that could be calmed. For the record, none of them are in District 7, but all of them are ones that are very high on the list, and I support them getting done this year to make our neighborhoods safer for all. So I will be supporting that. And the rest of the COVID recovery stuff and the first lake and the urban forestry, these are all things that we've been talking about for some time. So I will support the motion. Though I do have that concern about body worn cameras, and I look forward to hearing what other of my colleagues think about that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question about process here, if I may. Sorry, it's Mancini.
Yep, just 1 second, Councillor Mancini. Councillor Blackburn, if you wouldn't mind listing those 10 items, and over to the clerk, if you wouldn't mind putting the list, or finance staff, if you wouldn't mind putting the list of those 10 items in the chat.
Okay. All right. So item number 1 is the contract expert for the IT audit from the AG's office. Number 2 is the body worn video project coordinator, 12-month term from police. Number 3 is the traffic calming budget increase for TPW. Number 4 is non-accepted streets land title search from from TPW as well. Number 5 is the COVID event grant program and recovery event program from Parks and Rec. Number 6 is Discover Halifax Destination Management Integrated Tourism Master Plan COVID Recovery from Parks and Rec. Number 7 is the Multi-District Facility Subsidy Request COVID Impacts from Parks and Rec. Number 8 is the Public Art at Queen's Mark, again from Parks and Rec. Number 9 is the report on E. coli microbial analysis from First Lake, Planning and Development. And number 10 is measures necessary to achieve 75% of the goals established in the urban forestry plan over the next 3 years and the financial implications from TPW.
Okay, we did receive a revised report yesterday indicating that Discover Halifax was ongoing, not a one-time expense.
Okay. My apologies then. Sorry, I still had it on the list as a one-time only.
Yep. No, that
all right.
That came out,
So
I think,
then,
last night.
Oh, my apologies. So yes, we'll remove that then, and we'll have the 9 items in total. I just want to deal with the one-time only projects and save the further discussion for the ongoing ones that'll have more lasting impact on the bottom line. So we'll remove number 6, Discover Halifax Destination Management Integrated Tourism Master Plan COVID Recovery. My apologies, Mr. Chair.
Not a problem. Thank you. Councillor Mancini, does that solve your question of process?
No, it does not, Mr. Chair. So I'm just trying to understand how we move forward on this. There's 9 items on the list. We can obviously discuss the idea of Councillor Blackburn's bringing them forward and voting them as one. We can then break out the vote as we go through it if we wish. But I want to be able to have some discussion, and particularly the body-worn camera item deserves discussion. If it's not part of this, should it be separated? How do we have debate on any of these items? But in particular, that's the one I want to have debate on. How does that work from a process perspective?
I'm going to hand it over to John.
Mr. Chair, I would suggest at this point, you are free to debate the motion in its entirety or any specific portion. So you have, I think, 7 or 9, I'm not sure, in total items. And if you wish to focus on the body worn cameras or any portion of that overall amendment, that's fine. And at the end, any member or at any point, a member of the committee can ask to have one specific item voted on separately as part of this amendment. That's the suggestion I would take.
Thank you, John. That does clarify things for me, Mr. Chair. So I'll add my name to the list to discuss. So I don't want to jump ahead of anybody at this point in time to discuss the motion that Councillor Blackburn has just put on the floor.
Okay, super. Thank you very much. Councillor Mason.
Sorry, I thought I'd already spoken to this.
Oh, okay. In that case,
So I will say, as I'm on camera, I think we should separate out the police body camera as a separate vote. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, colleagues, especially Councillor Blackburn, for being so brave to put these 9 items here. So I have no issues at all with the contract expert for IT audit. Traffic calming, of course, I have no problems adding that extra $1 million for traffic calming. The multi-district facilities, I mean, we got to cover it anyway, so I got to put it in. Public art, absolutely, 100% all for it. For Councillor Russell, you know, microbial analysis of First Lake, absolutely. The urban forest, sure, why not? Let's go for it. The body cam, so, you know, and I think to Councillor Mason's point, and if others want to vote on each 9 separately, that's fine. I'm going to vote for the body cam, and in spite of the correspondence we've received, and also the folks this morning who presented to the budget committee on this particular issue about defunding the police. And they are right in the sense that there is no literature that would suggest that wearing a body cam is going to influence the behavior of the police officer or the public. But that's not the only use of the body cam. And so that's why this $85,000 to study in Halifax whether or not, especially for evidentiary purposes, body cameras would be beneficial. I don't think anyone is going to say, hey, put a body cam on a cop and boom, they're, you know, Superman or Superwoman and they're never going to do bad. That's obviously, there's no literature to suggest that. But, and for anyone who followed very closely the George Floyd, Derek Chauvin trial down in Minnesota recently, not only was having video footage from the public useful, having video footage from the body camera was also incredibly useful for his conviction, Chauvin's conviction. And the folks who spoke are right that this is reactive, and police inherently are reactive, except for, you know, some programs, community response officers who build relationships with the community, other things that we do. But the body cam, I think, is worth the $85,000 investment to see if Halifax should have it or not, because I don't want to run, well, wouldn't mean us necessarily. I don't want the Board of Police Commissioners rushing in and saying, let's get body cams without knowing if they would be good or bad. I'm willing to put a few $1,000s in to see what the recommendation would be and then go with that. So anyway, I just wanted to say I support all 9 of these items. I'm happy to vote on them together. I'm happy to vote on them separately. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a couple of things. I am okay as well with clustering these motions based on what I know, what Jane has presented so far, but I'm missing a question that I need an answer to. So I'm going to ask it now before I offer any more comment. But Jane, I guess when I look at that original amount that we are, when you gave us the bottom line of the entire list, that entire list also included 2 items that would ultimately result in savings. two of which I am not in favor of, and I'm hoping council will not move forward with. We'll speak to that later, but I feel like now I have to raise it because should those motions not offer those savings, if we don't pass them, what do our numbers look like then? Are we able to capture this within the amount in the deed transfer tax, or what would it look like? Have you run those numbers? Because that picture affects my decision now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to the councillor. So yes, so what would happen is the savings would be removed. So that's about $1.1 million. So what would happen then? There would be $1.3 million or $1.2 million left in deed transfer tax savings that council could then use to put to reserves, fund other items, or go to the tax rate. So there would still be, you would still be in a positive position.
Okay. Thank you for that. I like the approach that Councillor Blackburn is taking. I think that it's a reasonable approach to efficiency in this deliberation. I really appreciate Councillor Cleary's comments on sort of the uniqueness of how those body cameras can be used. As a member of the Police Commission, our commission struggled with this. This was a big decision. We challenged back. Councillor Blackburn did a great job of challenging back on policy. We could not fully, and in fact, I remember the conversation. It was an approval in principle, waiting to know what these policies would look like. Ultimately, policy is what's going to be the driver, certainly from a governance perspective, of what we even say if it will get off the table at all. Because if we can't come to a reasonable approach to some policy, which will be a driver on what is it used for, who can use it, who can turn it off, who can turn it on, where's the data, where's it stored, who has access to that, there's layers and layers of what could be at play with these body-worn cameras. I still am struggling with the decision that we have made to allow for it even get to this stage. And you know, the public interest, the presenters today articulated well some of their concerns. We also haven't been in receipt of contact, certainly I have, around people who are in favor of having this extra piece of data that could reflect what Councillor Cleary was talking about, evidence on a number of other issues. So I am still on the fence here on this one, and I'll leave it at that. But I would be okay with clustering all, assuming that we don't have anyone else that wants to pull one out. I'd be open to clustering 8 and pulling out body worn for now. So I'll leave it at there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues. I want to thank all the of our many residents who spoke to us this morning and spoke to us very passionately. The two topics of the body-worn cameras and Route 55, and thank you for that. To those that spoke of the body-worn camera, you know, and Councillor Cleary alluded to it. They, you know, said that, well, cameras aren't going to stop racism. They're not going to change police behavior. They're not going to change the police culture. They're not going to deter violence. They're not going to change citizen behavior, and they're not going to reform police. You're absolutely correct. That's not the intent of the camera. The camera, as Councillor Cleary stated, is for evidence purposes. You can't tell me that the incidents we've had in our municipality, and I refer to Walmart and Bedford and Quintal Road, and most recently at Wentworth, it wouldn't have been valuable to have body-worn cameras as part of the investigation that went on? Absolutely, it would be. So if the intent is to stop all those things I mentioned, well, why would you invest in body-worn cameras? That's not the intent. It's a tool to be used, another tool for the toolkit. It needs good, strong policy, and there's a lot of good, strong policy that exists in other areas out there. And you're right, you know, Councillor Kent, we need to know, when are the cameras turned on? When do they get turned off? What happens if it's off and it should be on? What's the ramifications of that? Who owns the data? How is it stored? All that has to be figured out. And a lot of that is what this position is going to be all about when they do their research. So I'm fully supportive of the body worn camera investment for this year. There's one time for the 1 year. And I don't know if at some point in time, do we need to pull this off? It may be easier, Mr. Chair, if we just pull the body worn camera out of these 9, have a vote separate and discussion on that, because it's going to get confusing if someone doesn't want this and they vote against this and then all the other 8 get canceled. I'm not sure the best way to do that, or we just vote out of one at a time. Maybe break this one out separately here and the other 8 are together. It sounds to me maybe that's the best way. I'll look for your guidance on it. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Traves.
Mr. Chair, I would suggest if that's the desire, perhaps the approach would be for the mover and the seconder to, as a friendly amendment, to remove it from the motion. Otherwise, if it goes to a vote, it'll either pass or not pass, and that'll be dealt with at the conclusion of this debate. So, either we're having the debate now as part of the larger piece, or if the mover and seconder wish, they can, it's the mover's motion. And so she has moved that it be included. If she wishes to have it separated out, that's her call.
And mover is perfectly fine separating this out and dealing with it separately. That's fine by me. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I already suggested that it should be separated and called for it to be separated, which I thought under AO1 would mean that it was, if it could stand alone, it was automatically separated, and that it doesn't need a vote or a seconder. I thought that's how the AO was written.
It just depends on whether you wish to debate it, Councillor, in which case, pull it from this piece or vote on it separately. What's being suggested now is that there be a whole separate debate on this.
So we pull it out and make it its own motion rather than its own vote at the end. Yeah, okay, I'm fine with that.
Move it as a supplement amendment.
That's what the chair wishes. That's fine.
I'm happy pulling it out as a separate item for discussion, pulling it out from this motion. So this motion will be going over the 8 one-time items that do not include the body-worn cameras. We will be having, there will be an opportunity to debate it anyway. It would just happen later in a, targeted around the body-worn cameras.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I thank you, Councillor Blackburn, for putting these on together. I don't know if at the end of the day it's going to save us any time or not. We're going to bang them around anyway, but I think I can support all of these things. I certainly support things like the public art. We have to keep our MDFs whole, our multi-district facilities. It's in nobody's interest to leave them with deficits. We'll have to pick it up anyway, and they do great work, so I may as well jump in now. My question is around the urban forestry plan. It's listed as one time, but in the briefing note, it talks to the fact that it's 1.315 this year plus Halifax. It's also listed 22, 23, 23, 24 as budget over. So what we're voting on if we pass this is this 1 year, Jane, is that correct? And then it would have to come back again next year for whether we would supplement it again?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to the mayor. So what would happen, because it is a capital item, if the direction is to meet that target over 3 years, we would have to bake that into the capital plan. So it's a one-time this year because it's not included, but it would form the basis of the capital plan going forward.
But if we pass this, we're approving 1.315 million, correct?
Correct.
And in the out years, that would have to be considered in different capital plans?
Based on the amount of work that was done and what's required to get to the 75% of the target, what would happen is the capital budget would be modified to meet that target.
In future years, when it would come back to council for consideration.
Yes, as part of a capital budget.
Right. My point is, though, we're not approving $1.6 million for each of the next 2 years. That will come back to council for ratification, at least ratification and discussion, correct? Right now, we're approving 1 year?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Yeah, and the rest of these, I think, I want to talk to the main motion when I get a chance about where the money's going to come from, but I think these are all useful and productive things for our citizens, and I think I can support them. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thanks, Chair. I forgot I was on the list. My comment was going to be, I put it in the chat that we should pull the body cams out and have the debate later. That's happening, so I'll save my comments on that. Overall, for the amendment itself, support most of the items. The only item that I did have issue with was the public art, but I won't speak on that. It's going to pass, and there's no, I won't die on that hill. So overall, happy with it, and we'll be voting for the motion. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question, the mayor has already asked regarding, the urban forestry plan, and my understanding is that we are just trying to hit a target, and so I'm happy to support that. I'm happy to support everything on this. I do want to point out, while I understand, let's have a good, fulsome discussion about body-worn video cameras. I think that's important. I am grateful for all of the feedback and all of the conversations that have been had in the community, and I'm grateful to have that high level of community engagement this morning. But I do want to remind my fellow colleagues that whether or not we like it, RCMP will have body cams. They have made the federal commitment. And so if we do not, and that is without any kind of consultation here in Halifax, they are basing that decision, that federal decision, on Toronto. So having the opportunity to get the data here, I think is really important, because we won't have that without funding this position. Once we have that data, then we can make an informed decision here in our own municipality. And so I just urge you to think about what that means for us not to approve this coordinating position, when we will have body cameras, whether we like it or not, here in Halifax on our CMP officers. So I just wanted to throw that out there and just let you know that I will be supporting this. And thank you, Councillor Blackburn, for the efficiency.
Do appreciate that as well, and thank you very much. Councillor Tuttle.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish to speak about the body-worn cameras as well. I'm just wondering, should I park that or go for it now?
I would suggest parking it for now. That has been pulled into its own discussion for a little bit later.
All right. I'll re-add my name to that list then.
Beautiful. Okay, thank you. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to speak actually to the traffic calming, because in the briefing notes that we received, I was under the impression that it was going to put a lot of pressure on our already overstretched TPW staff. And I almost got the impression that they were kind of hoping it didn't pass from what I read. So I'm not sure if there's someone, if Brad's on the line, or if I don't want them to. Oh. Here's Brad. You're very
yes. Sorry, I didn't have time to close the blinds behind me, so I think you're seeing a very shadowy character, more shadowy than usual. No, look, we wouldn't have put this forward. If we didn't think we could do it, we wouldn't have put it forward, and we would have been straightforward about that. We have highlighted the 05 risks at the back of the briefing note. We are adding this late in the game. So there are some intended risks with this, but we've done the work, we've assembled the list. We feel strongly that we can, at minimum, get this work tendered. However, as we say, we haven't been able to fully look at all this work and examine it on the street. This has been largely done from tabletop exercise. So there are attendant risks with our list, but certainly we've put this forward with the full intention of getting on with this work and getting it as much of it done as possible. Those who have been through a number of cycles with us, as you would know, you know, our capital plan has attendant risks at all times from various points, you know, and it can be simple as it could be a land problem, it could be a citizen issue, it could be we can't line up with the utility. So this list has those type of risks with it as well, maybe a little more than the stuff we've had time to plan, but bottom line, we've put it here because we believe we can get it done and we know it's important to council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I feel better about that I didn't want to be putting more pressure or stress on that department if it was too much. And the other piece, do I still have time in my
Absolutely, you've got 2.5 minutes.
2.5 minutes? Okay. I wanted to speak to the art piece as well. I wasn't planning on supporting that because in good conscience, I can't support a tax raise. And then that going towards a public piece of art in this year of COVID, everyone's so stressed and no one's happy about COVID and just all the financial burdens that a lot of people are under anyway. Anyway, I guess it's just collateral damage if it's all together in one piece. I didn't know that this was a possibility to group them all together.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Purdy. At this point, I'm going to step out of the chair and ask Councillor Daigle-Gammon to step into the chair for a minute. One of the items on the list, the unaccepted streets, I've got some questions about. And I'm making a number of assumptions here. This is $400,000 to research the history of 42 streets. I'm making the assumption that $400,000 translates into somewhere between 5 and 8 staff positions. I'm also making the assumption that there are 220 business days in a year, and each of them has about 7 hours a day. If there are 5 positions, if my math is correct, then this translates to 185 to 295 hours of work per street. And that seems like a lot of work to research the history of each street. And the number concerns me. The $400,000 in principle, you know, getting the work on the streets, making sure that we need it, that makes sense. Making sure that we are the ones who would be taking care of those streets versus finding the owner of the street, that makes sense. I'm not sure I can support this one because $400,000 to research 42 streets doesn't seem like a good investment to me. So at the end of the day, I would either ask for it to be voted on separately. I certainly don't want to have to vote against everything for that one. I will terminate my comments for now, and I might come back. I'm going to stay out of the chair for the discussion on this item. So there we go. Thank you.
Councillor Cleary, I believe you are first on the list.
Thank you. And perhaps it might be useful if maybe someone from our legal services staff or from Transportation and Public Works who's doing the work on the non-accepted streets speaks to this. It's to Councillor Russell's point, it's not just sort of hiring someone off the street to go to Google and Wikipedia and look at history. These are title searches. So these are lawyers charging, you know, $400, $500, $1,000 per hour, whatever lawyers charge for title searches. So it's actually only a few hundred hours work. So when you divide that by the number of streets, it's actually not a bad deal considering what you would charge for your own lawyer to go and do a title search on your property when you're trying to buy or sell one. So perhaps our legal or TPW staff could just speak to that. What work is involved in doing a title search? These particular streets. So I've been working on non-accepted streets for a very long time now, since the not even a year after I was sworn in. And there are well over 100 non-accepted streets throughout the municipality that desperately need to be accepted, and for HRM to finally take responsibility to start doing some work on these streets. So I don't know if there's one of our staff that could speak to the title searches and what's involved.
Yeah, I'm not sure if John's going to speak, but I'll certainly put in my 2 cents. Thanks, Councillor Cleary, and you summed it up well. We intend to outsource the work. My first comment would be if it was cheap, it would already be done. And so these can be quite involved searches. The other thing I think is important for council to understand is that, you know, this is based on averages, as based on past work that has been done by our real estate team. So this is, you know, best estimates. Obviously, if the work can be done in less time, you know, it will be. And of course, as you know, any savings stay within the capital program. So just because we've allocated 400,000 based on estimates doesn't mean we're going to spend 400,000. And of course, most of the time our estimates are actually on the good side. We're a little bit conservative. However, I can't make any guarantees on this one. In terms of the depth of the process, I see John's there. I'm going to refer to him for the things that are involved.
Or Mr. or Madam Chair, through you to the committee. The challenge actually in terms of the cost drivers is only partially the title searches. Title searches, before you can title search, actually needs to be surveyed. And so laying out the property in terms of the street can be relatively complicated given all of the adjoining properties that go into that. And so the starting point in most of this is actually the cost of hiring a surveyor and having the street surveyed. It then leads into a title search with all of the affected properties, which really is a guesstimate based on our past experience on it. And those are the major cost drivers that I recall without looking at the report further.
Thanks, Mr. Anglish and Mr. Traves. I appreciate that clarity.
So we have a question from Councillor Austin in the chat. Is that a question that would be answered by you, Mr. Traves?
I'm just trying to see where the question is.
It says, can't anything that people want separated be separated from the main motion as discussed?
There's when you talk separating, Madam Chair, there's two questions: whether you want to have a separate debate or whether you simply wish to vote on something separately when the time comes to vote. You know, Councillor Russell, I think, indicated he might wish to vote on an item separately, and so at the end you may vote on 7 and carve one out and vote on it separately, or any number of them. Alternatively, as we've done with the body camera item, provided that the mover and seconder are okay with it, an item could be completely removed from the discussion and the vote altogether and dealt with at some point down the line. It's council's process, frankly, and we're just here to assist with that.
Councillor Austin, would you like to comment?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, for asking that. I wasn't meaning to derail the meeting by putting it in there. Just two of the last two speakers referenced items that they didn't want to vote for, but they were part of the big motion. We're feeling kind of trapped, and I don't think feeling like you're trapped to vote into an omnibus is not the way we should operate at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cuddle, you are next on the list.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to show my support for the 400,000 to clarify the ownership around the non-accepted streets. I'm one of the districts that has several of these non-accepted streets, and I can tell you that it causes a lot of confusion with people who live on these streets. There's no clarity around maintenance. There's no straight, satisfying answer for them either to say, we don't know who owns your street. So I think this is important, particularly as we're looking at the regional plan. Some of these streets on here, you know, when you even think about zoning, rezoning, or what can be done. If you don't have clarity around who owns the streets, it complicates all of those discussions. So I do think this is important. It feels like it's been, as Councillor Cleary said, a long-standing issue, and I think it is time we do some work and figure this out. So I do support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morse, you're next on the list.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. I also wanted to speak in support of this. I think I mentioned this before, but as one example to maybe clarify what this could achieve is people in my district who live on a very steep hill have built their own drains because they're on non-accepted streets and there is no drainage provided. So you can go and see they've built wooden drains to funnel the water going off this very steep hill away from their properties. It's very rudimentary, but at least it's something. And so when I was looking into how to perhaps get proper drainage there, it couldn't be done because it's a non-accepted street. And so until the title is clear, there isn't going to be any investment in drainage there, in proper drainage. It puts all these homeowners in a complete limbo because they can't really do very much with their properties when it comes to making repairs. And then the other part of it is it impacts HRM as well, because the streets around there get eroded from this water running all over the place. And it actually ends up, some of it, on the Bedford Highway, which is an important piece of infrastructure for the whole city. So I really think this is just one example of what happens with a non-accepted street, but I think if we could get this sorted out, it would actually benefit these residents and the city as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a quick question about non-accepted streets. My understanding is that these non-accepted streets have always been non-accepted. And my concern, I guess, is in thinking about, and Brad, maybe you can speak to this, in thinking about how we transition and move that service boundary. So for example, none of these streets are in District 13 because they're not within the HRM service boundary. However, in District 13, we have lots of unaccepted, non-accepted roads because they're within the provincial service boundary and not within HRM. So my understanding is that this is going to be an ongoing issue for the municipality. While I understand this is a one-time in this fiscal year, you know, Brad, can you just speak to, you know, the ongoing costs for these searches when it comes to that service boundary increasing for HRM and the provincial boundary shrinking? Just wondering if you could speak to that, please.
Sure, I'll give it my best effort. I think the first thing to point out in this report is that these 42 streets are phase one. So this is moving at it at a phased approach. So one of the advantages here of this $400,000 is, quite frankly, getting started and really know once and for all what we're getting into. Because in fairness, until we start that journey of doing the hard work, we don't know. So to your next point, does this list grow as roads are transferred to HRM, such as the impending transfer of roads from the province in June 2022? The quick answer to that is I don't know. We are working through it right now. Certainly we know we are getting the provincial accepted roads. And I want to caution here that unaccepted streets is about ownership, not about standard. So we could very well inherit provincial roads that are not up to a municipal standard, and that is something completely different. That'll be a situation where the ownership is clearly understood. It'll transfer from the province to HRM, but then we'll start the journey of, you know, how do we get that infrastructure that we now own up to an acceptable standard? So that's a bit of a different thing. At this point, we know there are some private roads in the areas that are being transferred, and those are in discussion now with the province. We haven't come across what we would traditionally call unaccepted street, where the ownership is not known. That said, we certainly aren't into the deep points of the transfer. So long-winded answer to say, I'm not sure. I don't think it's a burgeoning problem in what we're receiving. And I would also suggest that the final details of the transfer still has to come to council and be reviewed by council. So you will have some level of influence, I think is the best way to say it, as to what's going to transpire and how it transpires, albeit the date's apparently not an option at this point.
And so with regards to the standard versus the ownership, and in thinking about the role, as Councillor Morris has just raised, the role of Halifax Water in stormwater management, and thinking about, how do we move forward with these roads, and, knowing that many of them haven't had stormwater management infrastructure installed by Halifax Water that meets that stormwater management standard. And what is the role with the municipality? Once we do this deed search, we know, who owns it and gets transferred over and comes up to standard, I guess you could say. I'm just wondering the implication of increasing the deficit for the municipality in the poor standards of these roads.
Certainly, the biggest challenge right now with an unaccepted street, or let's just call it a street where we don't know where the ownership resides, is we as a municipality are unable to invest in that property. And that's the biggest issue here. So Councillor Morris's example was excellent, right? Because we're unclear of the ownership, it could be private property. We're obviously not investing in that. And so therefore they have to take matters in their own hands, and that has consequences. And of course, while there's laws that say you can't divert it on somebody else's property, the reality is we've all inherited this municipality over a long period of time, and people have built where they've built. So it's a difficult challenge. But yeah, look, is there going to be potentially more costs once we resolve these ownership issues and get clear on who owns the road? And if HRM, let's say, owns all 42 streets, is there going to be work to be done? Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Lovelace. Your time is up.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Councillor Russell, to close the topic for now.
Okay, thank you very much. I was curious about that. I was curious about some of the details that I didn't see elsewhere. That it requires a survey, yes, that I can certainly see how that would have an impact on adding to the cost. And I do appreciate that because HRM doesn't own these, we can't take care of the structural maintenance of them that Councillor Morris has pointed out. So I will be voting, there is no need to separate this from the rest of the block of 8 on my behalf. I will be voting in favor of it based on the discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Russell. You may now resume the chair.
Thank you very much. I don't have any further speakers in this list. If anybody would like to continue to speak to this motion of these 8 items, then please indicate that in the chat.
I thought I'll put my name in there, sir.
I must have missed it. Go ahead, Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'll be supporting this omnibus bill as it presently stands, even with the private road or the unaccepted street search, because I can tell you, and Brad Anglish is quite right, and there's other roads in our municipality that we'll probably having to deal with that are not to standard. And there's some private roads I have in my district, and there's also some other roads that are built so well that they just want to pave the road, but to our municipal standards, the road might be too long. Well, I'm sorry, but some of these streets need to be accepted as they are and get them upgraded wherever possible. So I'll be holding my nose and voting in favor of the non-accepted streets, because I hope they'll be holding their noses when my streets come up for consideration and discussion, because our property owners, no matter where they live, still pay municipal taxes. And I think they should have the same right and opportunity to get services wherever possible to some equitable degree. In regards to the urban forestry issue, can I ask, is this going to be an opportunity to try to find any federal top-up money? Because we've heard Trudeau talk about his $2 billion tree planting pledge costing us $2.78 billion federally. I'm hoping that we'll be capitalizing on some of that federal funding if it ever should come to fruition. I'm hoping that there'll be an opportunity there to capitalize on that. So I'd like to have, if there's any opportunity to discuss that, or at least have some confirmation we'll be going after federal funding, or is this going to be totally our funding by itself? The $1.3 million is currently in the budget. And also with the COVID recoveries for our community facilities is desperately needed. I support all those. And with the First Lake E. coli bacterial analysis, I support that. I think we should be doing a little more testing in some of our critical lakes that have a high recreational value. I can think of Porter's Lake was another one we're having some E. coli problems. So I would support what we have currently and look forward for the debate on the cameras. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Cuddle.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, okay. Back to the 8 items here. I did have a question on the traffic calming list. And just a quick question. I noted in the list of additional items there that Astral was listed twice. It was listed as a rank street and then also under the school zone. And I'm just wondering if it's a duplication. But the other question was about the additional neighborhood impacts. I'm just wondering if staff could explain a little bit about what additional neighborhood impacts are, how those got on the list, and how they were assessed.
Okay, I'll start with the additional neighborhood impacts, and then I'm hoping my team's searching the background on Astral. I'm just having problems locating it with my eyes in a hurry. So on the additional community streets, basically what those are areas where we've already done traffic calming, and we have, well, first, as you know, as you may be aware, we've started with the Transportation Standing Committee and looking at some revisions to the AO to address this issue. But in the first round of traffic, the early rounds of traffic calming that we've done, obviously, what we've learned is that we can do traffic calming on one street, and unless we've taken a little bit broader view, all we've done is pushed it onto another street. So these 6 neighborhood streets are related to streets that have already been done, where we have pushed the problem onto another street, and we are recommending that they get picked up in this $1 million package to eliminate that problem that arguably on those streets we created. Okay. In terms of Astral, I'm just going to ask Tasso. I think Tasso's connected. If he's able to explain that one. I believe he's coming on.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Tasso Koutrelakis, Director of Traffic Management. Through you to the councillor. Yes, if you note, in the table 1 additional school zones, it makes reference to Astral Drive Junior High, and the streets by which we were putting speed humps are on Greenwich Drive and Lakeshire Crescent. I believe you're making reference to the other list where it just says Astral Drive itself. So one is for Astral Drive, and the other one, the school zone speed humps for Astral Drive Junior High, are on Greenwich and Lakeshire Crescent.
Okay. Okay. I think that answers it. Then my question back to the streets, the additional neighborhood impacts. I'm just, when I look at this, and I'm really glad to see that Pine Grove is on the list for school zones in District 11. But I have a similar concern that by only looking at Pine Grove and not the 2 adjacent parallel streets, Heartland and St. Michael's, we're actually creating that exact problem of additional neighborhood impact. And I'm wondering why we wouldn't address the additional neighborhood impact from the get-go with the initial intervention.
Mr. Chair, through the councillor, I sorry, cannot speak to the specific. I'm going to have to take that away, councillor, and get back to you on that one. But if there's concern with respect to doing one and not the others, then we can pull that off the list if that's a real concern.
No, I think we need to do the school zone. Absolutely, no. I need that there. I want additions, not subtraction. Right. Thank you. Thank you.
If I could, Mr. Chair, I think what Councillor Cuddle raises is a great point that we highlighted in our risk scenario. Is that we've assembled this list quickly. We've done it tabletop. We haven't been able to put the same rigor to it that we would normally do. And so if there's any other observations like this from council, please raise it to our attention and we'll take it away and look at it and see what we can do. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any further speakers on the list of the 8 one-time items. So would
question on the first motion?
We have the question has been called over to you, Mr. Clerk.
Speaking to the motion on the floor, beginning with.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question on process? Can we confirm that the body cameras are out of the motion?
The body cameras are not included in this motion.
Is there anything else not in the motion, not in the list? The CAO mentioned something about the art, public art.
The public art is still in the list. Everything. Okay. So this list, just for the record, is $71,000 for the contract expert for IT audit, for the Office of Auditor General, $400,000 for the non-accepted streets, $750,000 for the COVID event program and recovery event program, $1.7 million for the multi-district facility subsidy request, $125,000 for public art, $150,000 for the report on E. coli microbial analysis, $1 million for traffic calming budget increase, for traffic calming budget, and $1.315 million for urban forestry. Mm-hmm. So that is the motion that we are voting on, as the clerk has posted into the chat. Seeing no further questions, Mr. Clerk.
Beginning with District 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
Voting for the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor of the motion.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Voting in favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
15, Chair Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhet.
Voting yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Mayor Savage.
In favor.
That motion passes. We have most of the one-time items taken care of. Thank you very much, Councillor Blackburn, for that. We are back on the main motion, and the mayor is the next speaker. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So I just want to make a general comment. I know we want to go through the rest of this list, but just in advance of that, for those of us who were here on April the 21st last year, it's a difference. It's a big difference because we were just beginning our process of going through the budget that we would have approved on March 24th of last year, and we were cutting it a fair bit. Staff did a very good job of putting together a list of cuts. Council then changed a lot of that, and we kept on some essential service. I'm glad we did. But since that time, our financial situation is good, and I think it's partly due to the fact that municipality has been well run, both by the direction of council and by strong staff, and in particular CAO and CFO, to put us in a position that is pretty strong right now. Receiving money in the Restart program last fall, all of which didn't go into last year's budget, but a good chunk, I think 30-some million, 31 million is going into the upcoming budget. The gas tax, as Councillor Austin mentioned, other orders of government have been very helpful. That doubling of the gas tax, which was very exciting for, certainly I can tell you, my fellow colleagues in the Big City Mayor's Caucus, something we pushed for a long time, was very helpful. We've got a big surplus this year. And I just want to say on the deed transfer, it's volatile, yes, but it's been consistent too. It hasn't gone, we haven't been under budget in the last I don't even know if we've been under budget since I've been mayor, but the last number of years. I'm reminded of the story that my wife tells, that when our daughter was born and, she wanted something, and Darlene would say, it's really important as parents that we're consistent. We have to, have a consistent approach to this. Mike's always consistent. He always gives in to his daughter. Whatever she wants, he gives her. Well, the deed transfer has been consistent too. We've been up dramatically each of the last number of years. And I mentioned when we did the fiscal framework that with the CanMac study, we are going to be ahead. It is the fiscal dividend of growth in our municipality. So the deed transfer comes largely from commercial properties selling. So we don't see a huge increase in commercial value, but we do see it in the deed transfer, and I'm pretty sure that will continue. And we have big projects ahead of us. Halifax and transit are big projects. Big projects for a growing city, big items. The transit piece, the electrification, the bus and ferry rapid transit, you're looking at somewhere between 600 million to $750 million, and we need support from other orders of government on that as well. But we are going to have to put our share into it. So we need that money, and we're going to be able this year to put money into reserves. But I also think it puts us in a good position with our taxpayers. And at some point in this process, not yet, we'll go through the BAL. But if nobody else moves to reduce the tax rate below the 1.9%, then I will be doing that, because I think we're in a position that we can in fact do that and still have money for those projects that we need. So Jane, I want to thank you for the update on the fiscal framework. I want to thank council. We've been through many hours of budget discussions. Here we are. We're now going to look at all the things that we wanted to have another look at. Make sensible, prudent decisions based on the fact that we need to provide services to our residents. And if you look at this list, there's things there in terms of social equity, there's things for transportation, there's money for Sam's trees, there's all kinds of stuff that we need that is good for this community. But I do think one of those things that's good for the community as well is to recognize that. And I think that we can actually keep the tax rate even lower than we originally projected. So look forward to that discussion. And I thank you all as we head into the rest of this list. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Kent.
Mr. Chair, I was able to ask my question during the last debate.
Wonderful. Thank you. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I would like to put in the budget the body worn video project coordinator 12-month term, that one-time amount for $85,000.
Do we have a seconder for that?
Second.
Councillor Blackburn, go ahead, Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Councillor Blackburn. So as discussed, I'm not having to repeat everything again, but again, I acknowledge the many people that spoke this morning. And to be clarified, what's the intent of the body worn camera? It is not to stop racism or change police behavior or even change citizen behavior, reform police. It's about evidence. And I used many examples that we have here at HRM where body-worn camera will be effective. I also want to clarify some things, Mr. Chair. Some of the speakers spoke to this morning. A number of them spoke about the RCMP motion about adding staff, and that motion was already turned down. So that's not even on the agenda for discussion today. And a lot of these speakers this morning also spoke about, we could use that money towards housing. Well, let's again repeat, so who's the responsible for housing? It's the province of Nova Scotia, even though this council has done a lot with regard to housing. And, you know, it's great that the speakers are able to come forward and share their thoughts and their opinions with us, because it's much easier to do it with the municipality versus trying to do that with the province, which is almost next to impossible. You know, even the local radio show, it's easy to talk to a councillor. How often do you get one of the MLAs on there to be asking questions? So I think we need to continue to have our residents speak to us in their opinion. I would ask for support from our colleagues. I think this is really important that we have this position in place to look at the body-worn cameras for all the points that were discussed today. It is important to also have good policy to go along with it, as Councillor Kent alluded to. So I ask for everyone's support. Let's get this approved in the budget. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the way I see it is there's three things that are kind of happening that are interrelated here. One is, should the police have body cameras? That's one debate that has to happen. I think the second one, which I heard from a lot of the speakers this morning, is should additional funds be allocated for this when they already have an $88 million budget? Could this not be accommodated inside of the budget, especially given the cost of living increase that's already going into HRP and the ability to manage that at the board level? And then the third thing that I heard today was people saying, when we're in the middle of, and we just committed to it yesterday, an 18-month process to review public safety and policing and have a really holistic and strategic view that's not talking about local policing issues and not talking about some of the direct concerns that we may hear from some of our residents, but it's talking about the policing model in its entirety. Then I think that that conversation is ongoing and will not be resolved for at least the next 18 months. So with that being said, I also want to acknowledge that the people who are most strongly advocating in favor of getting body cams in the first place 4 or 5 years ago when I was on the police commission, and we were first talked about it and decided not to, which was actually very controversial to not proceed in any way about that at the time, because the technology just simply wasn't in place and it wasn't affordable for a city our size at that time. For a force our size, and now it arguably is. The systems are in place, the data storage and all those things. But let's just acknowledge for a minute that the people who are most strongly asking for body cams at that time were people from the African Nova Scotian community. That this is something that we were hearing at that time from those folks who were definitely very interested in that, feeling that it would protect them, and failing to protect them, it would be able to help make their case if they were treated poorly. And this is at the beginning of the street checks discussion, which is ultimately borne out to show that we do have issues with systemic racism when it comes to street checks in HR with Halifax Regional Police and RCMP, right? So that is a finding of the Wortley report. So I'm not going to support going ahead with this at this time. If this is critical to the chief and the board, I think that they can find it inside their budget. But I think the right time to do this is in the context, if we do it, if they do it, is in the context of all the public engagement that both the board and the city the municipality is undertaking right now. And after we come to some conclusions in 18 months. So for me, that's the issue is we have a lot of other things in flight right now, and I'm just not sure now's the time. And I don't think that we need to give extra money to it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thanks, Chair. Just really quickly on procedure. So, and I might have missed this, so sorry if I did. I thought we were going to go from top to bottom on the budget and just adjustment list and work our way down rather than us picking in particular items.
There is nothing procedurally that says that we have to go top to bottom. And in the emails that I sent out over the past couple of days, I indicated that I had no preference about top to bottom or going in any fashion in the order that people would like to speak.
Okay, no, that's fine. I thought I heard that or read that somewhere, so I just wanted to make sure that I was.
It was a question, and the answer is if people would like to proceed that way, That's fine. I'm also open to proceeding with people just wanting to speak to the main motion.
Okay, great. Works for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll be supporting this request to go with the IT person for the body cameras. I believe that technology has improved significantly, costs have come down significantly, capacity for this is required, as well as we need to have that type of accountability for our officers. Having a body worn camera will show the state of condition that they're facing at that time from a one-to-one person, not from a third-party cell phone coverage. So I think it's important for us to look at that and think about the cameras when we put on the buses. Was there much public consternation about loss of privacy in the public areas in our buses? If you see our claims and for insurance claims and investigations of issues on our buses has helped them immensely because of having those cameras on our buses. So I think that having cameras on our officers would be significant. It would help with the cases, whatever they may be, good or bad, but at least to have the evidence firsthand of what's there. I believe it's important for us to move forward with this particular initiative. I think that it's long overdue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I do welcome this discussion because I think it is a really important one. Just as evidenced by the number of people who took the time this morning to come and share their thoughts. And I very much appreciate Councillor Mason's summary of points. There's another one I'd like to add to that list, and that would be that I think there is a question about who writes this report. And, there is context here, and there is not a lot of community trust with the police is what I'm hearing. And I think that while a report would be critical for us to be making sound decisions, who writes that report I think is equally as important. So for now, I'm not going to support this on the over list. I think some more consideration needs to be given to how we approach looking at body cameras, who gets consulted, who writes the report, who takes responsibility for it. And so in that spirit, I again do not support this on the over list. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I very much appreciate this discussion because I have sort of been supporting and non-supporting in my mind through a lot of the conversation, if I'm going to be honest. But in terms of the, I guess just the process about how HRM funds HRP, it's my understanding that they're funded with an envelope of money, and actually council doesn't direct how they spend that. So should this not be supported by council, then HRP have they already decided that this is a report that they wanted to have done and that they will go ahead and do it regardless, which means then that the HRP's budget will be compromised by this amount of money. They're going to take it away from something else in order to do it. Is there someone that can answer that question for me, please?
Go ahead, Mr. Dubé.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to the councillor. So my recollection is the Board of Police Commissioners wants to do, has directed the chief to come back with a report on body-worn cameras. There was a report, as Councillor Mason pointed out a couple of years ago. The chief is currently in the process of doing further due diligence, and of course needs some additional body, as outlined, to actually complete the work and look at this over the coming years. It's a very extensive piece of work, a lot of moving parts. The extent to which the chief find the money within his budget is unknown at this time. I don't think there is that opportunity. I think the opportunity is is with this over item. So yeah, I know the chief and I would have to have a conversation about that, and along with the board chair and the board of police commissioners itself, as to whether or not they can find the money elsewhere in the budget. I couldn't provide you with an answer right now, but what I do know is that they need the additional money in order to complete the work.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up then. Is there a way for council to ask that whoever does this work is an independent party from HRP?
The person, Mr. Chair, through you to the councillor, the person that would be hired by the chief within HRP as an individual. Now, certainly the Board of Police Commissioners could ask for an independent review of the report, perhaps, and look at that. But I know that, you know, I have complete confidence in the process and the chief and his staff to look at this. They have the connections, they have access to the same information everybody else does in terms of research and all that. But certainly the Board of Police Commissioners, you know, who has asked for this report, could well suggest a review if they felt it was appropriate.
Thank you very much. That was helpful.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, you know, I appreciate the discussion we're having and the different points of view coming out. Although I think the vote maybe on this one will be different from the vote at Budget Committee when we put it in the parking lot in the first place. And so, you know, my feeling on this, as articulated earlier when we started talking about it, is that, you know, the literature is clear on behavior, but it's not clear how it's going to work in Halifax in terms of evidence. And so we need this information. The Board of Police Commissioners, who is the governing body that provides civilian oversight and in fact is charged under the Police Act of Nova Scotia to do so. Council is not. We can't, if you remember, colleagues, and for the new ones you may have heard of but didn't participate in the discussion when I put forward the motion to remove the money for the police armored vehicle. And my motion didn't pass the first budget year, but then because they didn't buy it, it did pass the second year and we were able to remove it. But that was only because it was in the fleet capital budget, not because police. And I remember our lawyer, John Traves, saying to us at the time, well, you can certainly remove it from the budget, but if the police were able to find the money at some point and they wanted to buy it, they could, because council doesn't control what they spend money on operationally. And so the Board of Police Commissioners does the policy, they do the administration, they provide the civilian oversight, and that body has asked for this study. And I am going to vote for it because I want the evidence, I want the document, I want to see what we are getting ourselves into if HRP decides to go down this road. And I'm going to reserve judgment on whether they should or shouldn't. And the folks who spoke to us this morning, we've received a lot of correspondence from, as Councillor Mason said, a lot of them 4 and 5 years ago were the ones who were actually asking the police to get body cameras. And so I, as much as anyone, understand and want to defund the police. I would like to see that money moved to more crisis workers, mental health, all of those things. But that's what all of these motions and reports are doing. They're looking at and will develop and stand up programs. We can't simply just take whatever money and say, let's shove it into this. We don't employ social workers. We don't employ mental health workers. We don't employ shelter staff. That's the provincial government and nonprofits and agencies that are running those programs. The municipality doesn't have any. So there isn't anything that we can automatically take money from police to move into. And so I want a thoughtful approach. And I know it takes time and I know that's not what everyone wants to hear, but I want a thoughtful approach to where we're going down this road. And I'm going to support this 85,000 because I want to see this report and I want to see the research that comes out of this in a Halifax specific context. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Actually, I think Mr. Traves.
Actually, sorry, go ahead, John.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I know there's a lot of people who are interested in this topic. Just to clarify something Councillor clearly mentioned, it is correct that HRP is not accountable to HRM regional council for its budget, it is clearly accountable to the Board of Police Commissioners. And so it's not free to the HRP to go forward and spend money on something that council has not approved without having to check back in with the Board of Police Commissioners. They are subject to oversight there. So nobody should take away from this conversation that they're not subject to oversight when it comes to their budget.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, colleagues. Great discussion. A couple quick pieces before I talk directly about the body cameras, and Councillor Lovelace spoke about it. So you stole my thunder, but I'm happy that with you, I'll accept it from you. Related to the RCMP, as mentioned, the RCMP is going to purchase, I think it was almost 3,000 body cameras nationally, and within 700 detachments around the country. And of course, that includes our detachments here. So, you know, depending on when that rollout is, it might be sometime next year, it might be end of this year, it's hard to say. But we are going to have body cameras within HRM by the RCMP. So, you know, that being said, it is something that we're going to experience, and how we, as you know, the commission who has oversight but can't tell the RCMP what to do, we need to be involved in that conversation. And when it comes to our piece, I think it's important that we have, as Councillor Cleary said, the evidence for our situation here in HRM. Do I support body cameras? I don't have a lot of confidence in body cameras per se, but I think when we are talking about making decisions, as we do at council, and we want to make evidence-based decisions, thinking of our context of HRM, we need to have that in front of us, and that information in the report that would be, the person would not only create the report on the body cameras and whether or not it should be implemented, but also the policies and procedures that would be used if it was implemented. So being able to see those would be helpful as well. And you know, I do have concerns with body cams in general, but we are not saying go out and buy them. We are saying give us the proper information, give us the evidence, give us the research, give us the Halifax context, give us the policies that you would use if they were implemented. And so I think, to me, you know, having that information that not only can be used by us, but also could be used in the Canadian context, because there is lots of evidence when you go across the border. But for us in Canada, we have some, but not much. So this might be an opportunity for us to include ourselves in that research as it goes forward. So, you know, I will support the report and the evidence, but I'm still very skeptical on the body cams in general, and we'll have that discussion when the time comes. And the other piece too, and it was already clarified, but I want to clarify it again, that we heard a lot of folks speak about the fact that we approved the RCMP position. We didn't. Back in February, council actually voted against it to include the human resources and professional standards extra position within the budget. And then the RCMP told the commission that they will find other ways to make sure that they can get somebody within that position with their internal budget. So, you know, that didn't happen. We're not voting on that today. So folks might not see that discussion happen. That's because we don't have it here in our budget list. So with that being said, I will vote for because I want the evidence, but when we go down the road to whether or not it will be implemented, I will have a lot more to say on that piece. So thank you, colleagues, and look forward to the rest of the debate.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lovelace.
Well, you stole my thunder, Councillor Smith. Yeah, so I just wanted to reiterate the fact that in Iqaluit, for the last 6 months, RCMP has been, piloting body cams, and certainly Indigenous communities across Canada have requested that to increase accountability, transparency, and also to, engage with policy development when it comes to the use of these body cams. And, everything from when does a camera turn on and how can a citizen, get the RCMP officer to turn off the camera. The policies that Councillor Smith just mentioned are paramount. But that's not what this $85,000 is about. This $85,000 is looking at the Halifax context. And, to Councillor Mason's point, good point. I understand that maybe now is not the right time. But that being said, cameras will be here very shortly because the federal government in this budget has approved them. And so, they could be rolled out this fall in Nova Scotia. So I do think that it is important for us to have the data, to have the opportunity to make an informed decision as to whether or not body cameras on HRP officers are warranted, and whether or not we as a city, as a municipality, want to move forward with that. That being said, we don't have an opportunity to influence the RCMP and direct them not to have body cameras in Nova Scotia, in Halifax. So I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm very much in the camp of Councillor Mancini and Councillor Cleary on this one, where I'd like to get a report on it. I mean, I think body cameras are primarily more of an evidentiary thing than an expectation that they're going to change behavior, because we haven't seen that. I wasn't sure how I was going to vote on this in the lead up of, one of the things that kind of that really made me stop and think twice on it was the recent tragic video from the States where the officer, thinking she was grabbing her taser, grabbed her gun and killed a man in a traffic stop. The body camera video there is pretty powerful. It certainly doesn't change how things are going, but it certainly changes the conversation about that incident as to what went down. I mean, without that video, it could have been a very different sort of discussion about it, which is doesn't take away any of the criminal potential charges or anything else that goes with it, but it provides some important evidence and context as to what happened. So I'm more leaning towards supporting them here because of that and getting a report. The piece I wanted to comment on was, in terms of the police budget, we're, in the whole in defund. I mean, we as a council, we could make a bunch of showboaty type things right now. We could move the crossing guards out of the police department into TPW. I don't think that would be too administratively challenging if we wanted to, and then call ourselves, look, we're defunding the police. I don't think that really does anything, because the crossing guards are not agents of the police department. That's very much low-hanging fruit. The real systemic sort of change we need is on the big picture motions that we've been putting forward. And I think it's worth keeping in mind, like the police budget, yes, it's an increased police budget, and what we're currently talking about is zero. It's not even 0.1% of that budget. There was a theme to every department that came through. Their funding had been restored to pre-COVID levels, and most of them, and then some, because of course our costs go up every year, with one exception. The police budget was the lowest increased budget in there, because this budget is basically for the police department a status quo budget. It is no additional officers other than maybe a clerk, no additional sworn officers. It is primarily the increase because of the challenge that we all face in every department, which is our employees are unionized and the salaries go up every year. So just to continue to do what you're doing now costs you additional money each and every year. And so the police department, to me, it's a status quo budget, and that's entirely, to me, appropriate in this time and place where we have some major challenges and major reform that we need to be thinking about going forward. So with that in mind, I'm going to support adding this to the budget. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Stoddard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I struggle with this one personally and subjectively from the point of view of HRP. I think the people who previously requested to have the body cameras felt that they would make a difference. Maybe the reason they spoke out today is because they feel differently about the situation. I think our experience with the RCMP's body cameras and how they treat the public and how it plays out will give us some information on whether HRP should have these cameras. I understand from Councillor Lovelace that we may not get direct information from the RCMP, but at least we'll still have the same residents and we'll be able to monitor how they feel with the RCMP using these body cameras. Have they been used for or against? Are they off? Are they on? And that sort of thing, the questions that we're asking now. I also think that the police HRP's budget of 88 million is, I can see that is our biggest cost in HRM's budget. And I feel that if they think this is so important to the department, and they've actually felt in other areas that they could find the money, why is this such a big amount? It's not like it's, somebody said previously, it's not like it's 20% of their budget or even 5% of their budget. I mean, you're talking 88 million, and here you're talking 85,000. So I have a hard time with this. And I also believe that you need to change the behavior, as we heard a few times today, not the equipment. So if you don't change the mindset of officers and how they deal with Indigenous and people of color, what they're wearing, tasers, guns, body cameras, it's not going to make a difference. And I personally don't feel that when you're investigating your own department that you're going to have, I don't feel that your unconscious bias won't come out, because you are talking about something that you're passionate about, or you wouldn't be in that position in the first place. So I'm still on the border with this, and I hope any more that I hear from councillors and what has been said so far will help me make my decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Outfit.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to everyone who has spoken on this. I particularly agree with Councillor Smith, Cleary, and Lovelace's comments on the need to look into this to see what impact it would have on our ability to use this technology for evidence, etc. I also realize that I'm a suburban councillor, and that I'm a white male, and that my perception of the police and of cameras are very, 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 very different than what we heard earlier today. I have had an outstanding relationship with the police, and I have seen the police jump through hoops in my district to work with people, the community response officers, the school officers, the traffic officers, the divisional commanders, et cetera, but I realized, and I remember Lindell and I talking about this one day, my daughters would go up to police in the playground or at Bedford Days and say, hello, how are you? Thank you for being here. That's not what Lindell's daughter, or maybe some of her friends, feel or experience. So I realize I'm coming at this from a very, very different position, but I still have the position that I want to make decisions based on evidence. I think it is quite likely, and I don't know how we're going to pay for it, because as Sean said, we want more social workers, we want more crisis teams, we want more mental health experts, etc., to work with police or instead of police. And we will look at that during the next couple of years, and I support that strongly, but I don't know how the division of cost of this and division of powers is going to work, where a lot of cities where they have defunded police and brought in new measures had control over more things than we do, things like welfare, mental health, housing, these sorts of things, which we legally do not have control over in Nova Scotia, in HRN, the municipalities don't. But regardless of what we do over the next couple of years, whether we were to freeze police, whether we will reduce some police, whether we will transfer things away from police, et cetera, we still are going to have police. And they are still going to be on the streets, and they are still going to be armed, and we have to decide whether we want to give them cameras or not at some point. And in order to make that decision, we need evidence. The argument that I heard that was rather intriguing is who should write this report, and was there a chance for someone else to write it or for it to be peer reviewed, etc. So maybe Jacques or John could help me with this. Do we have the ability somehow to say we would like this report done? We believe in the evidence that this and the localizing, if you will, of policies and how they could be used, the localization of that. We believe in the value of that, but we would be more comfortable if it was done by an independent group or if it was peer reviewed when it was done. Do we have the ability to put those parameters or contingencies around this funding? So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jacques.
So through you, Mr. Chair, to the Deputy Mayor. So the direction to the chief to prepare a report on body cameras came from the Board of Police Commissioners. You know, certainly council can put whatever parameters it wishes around funding, right? So I think that's the short answer. I think, you know, as I mentioned in my comments, the chief, if this funding is granted, he was going to hire somebody with expertise in this area to go out and look at this. This is a specialized piece of work, and he's going to find somebody to do this work and come back. Now, you know, if council wishes to put a condition upon this to have it peer reviewed, for example, you know, I don't have any problem. I don't think the chief would have any problem either. I think the issue is that we need to get the work done, and you know, either council can make that suggestion to the Board of Police Commissioners, and I think you can make it a condition of funding, I suppose, and go from there. If that's your wish.
Thank you, Jacques, and maybe I'll have to come back, Mr. Chair, but I would be interested to see if my colleagues would be interested in some sort of an amendment to this to say that it be an independent and peer-reviewed report for the $85,000. Just something for folks to think of.
Yeah, I guess the other point I would make is that by his very nature, the chief of police under the Police Act is independent of council, is independent in terms of what they do. So, you know, as I mentioned in my comments, I think to Councillor Daigle Gammon, you know, I think it's you know, from my perspective, I have complete confidence in the chief. He will come back with the report, and I mentioned he has full access to all the information through the Canadian Police Association and our academic partners to get all the information necessary to have a complete report and an objective report. That said, I understand the perception issue, right?
And I think that's what I'm trying to deal with. I'm not questioning the chief or the department on this, but I think to deal with concerns or perceptions that were brought forward, this might be worth considering. But thank you, Jacques. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. If you're considering amendment, I would point out that there are 2 remaining speakers, and then we are going to Councillor Mancini to close. The next speaker is Councillor Purdy. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify this position. So from what I'm understanding, this position would fund a 1-year like research type position where they are gleaning evidence and also community engagement to test our community's ability to stomach this right now. And I was wondering, we were also talking about policy and policy development during this discussion as well. So would that also be included in this report? So when this report comes back to council, all of the policies would be laid down. It would be a full information report with everything that the Board of Commission, Board of Police Commissioners have been asking for, and what we're hearing with council as well. No.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if the chief is on the line yet. I know he's having technical difficulties, but I will make this comment. The Board of Police Commissioners asked for this report.
Yeah.
The chief does not have resources internally to actually do the due diligence around this and sort out all of the issues associated with the technology and the policy. So he has a certain capacity around policy, but he certainly doesn't have capacity on the technological side. So this work is going to help the chief. This person will help the chief pull together look at all of the different technologies, do the costing, frame up the policy around this, and that will be brought back to the Board of Police Commissioners, right, for their consideration. And then the chief will act from there. At this point, it doesn't include that public participation piece or public consultation piece. It simply is a look at what's possible, what's out there, what would be applicable to HRM if they went down that road to HRP only, not the RCMP. And then that would be brought back to the Board of Police Commissioners for further consideration. And at that point, the board may choose to engage in public consultation. I assume they may wish to do that, or they may wish to say, no, well, based on the information we have now, we're not prepared to proceed. So, but if they were prepared to proceed, one would speculate that they would proceed further. They would then want to engage in public and go from there. This is not a report coming back to council. Council will be apprised of it and be informed of it, but it's a report that's going to land on the Board of Police Commissioners' agenda for their consideration. And so all that policy stuff around that, if the chief decides that he wants to proceed with this, all of that will be brought to the board for consideration, including when you turn it on, when you turn it off, how's it managed, how's it stored, how many do you have, all those things, right? As Councillor Mason said earlier, a number of years ago, 5 years ago, I think it was after I got here, we looked at that, and it was certainly too expensive and too complicated to do, but the technology has evolved. So we really need to, the chief has got a report, that was generated by the previous chief, and that's the starting point for this particular review now. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Smith, do you have something to add?
Yeah, just to help as the commission chair to give some background, and in hindsight, it would have probably been good for us to get with the briefing notes a background on this piece, because it's not in the our report. So that would have been good information, and I didn't think of asking for it, so I should have, because that would have helped. So really quickly, just to give a little bit of background on the commission level. So when this came back to us, so as mentioned, there were some previous reports that came forward, and then the chief came back with information on how they'd like to implement the body cam project. And the commission, when we received the first report, the commission said, well, we'd like you to provide us with more research and more evidence on this rather than just implementing. So they came back a second time with a longer report that actually referenced some of the other cities that had done pilot projects and some of the evidence that has come forward with, research, what's the word I'm looking for? Research from research bodies. I can't think of the word right now. And once that information came to us, the other piece of it too, the chief was looking for this to be an ITC project. So if you think back to our capital budget, there are items in there through ITC around technologies. So if they were to implement the body cam project the way that they envisioned, it would have came through our capital budget previously that we accepted with other ITC projects as well. So when it came to the commission, we said, rather than you just implementing it over a 5-year period, we want to make sure that we have the information that's been talked about, so I won't give the background there. And then that's how we have it today. So as the CAO mentioned, it won't come back to council because it will come back to the commission, and then we will decide, are we going to implement it through the capital budget as other items or not, or do we want to do further investigation? So hopefully that helps a little bit on the backstory on the commission and why it's here. And then we're happy to fill in any blanks if folks need more information.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Thank you, Councillor Purdy. You are over time. So you are welcome to come back if you would like, but at this point, Councillor Morse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, colleagues, for the discussion. It's really helpful to hear everyone's comments. I'm really struggling with this one. On one hand, I think it's very important to have a report and have some evidence and have some sense of whether we should move forward to buy body cameras for Halifax Police and that sort of thing. It would come up as a big budget item in future years, probably. But on the other side of things, I'm really worried about who is going to write the report and whether they have a comprehensive enough view of it and that sort of thing. So I think I would be in favor of some sort of a amendment, something about parameters around this. But also, I'm wondering if it's possible for a short list of candidates for the person who would write the report to come to council or to come to a committee of council.
Go ahead, Mr. Traves.
So, Mr. Chair, through you to the members of the committee. The challenge with putting parameters around this is that this is a matter which is solely in the discretion of the Board of Police Commissioners. And so, frankly, it is up to the board to manage this project in light of the conversation here today. I'm sure they will take that away and consider it in terms of the discussion they had with the chief. But it's a decision at this point, either council funds this project or it does not. It's not open to us to add parameters around the money as to how it gets spent and on what terms at this point.
Okay, all right. Thanks for that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, I'd like to thank Solicitor Traves for his input there, because that outlines something that's been concerning me. Given the legal framework that we have with the Police Act and the Board of Police Commissioners, I think council needs to make a principled decision before the next budget whether or not we're going to entertain over and unders for the police when we can't put any parameters around them. I don't think we should. I think we should ask the board to say, this is what we need. That is how I read, the act. And it's very hard for us to have debates, meaningful debates about overs and unders, but then also to be told you can't put any parameters around them, right? So I'm not exactly sure how we got here. I don't feel comfortable with it, and I'm going to try and take steps at executive to fix it for next budget. But I just wanted to log, while it's fresh in everybody's mind, I don't think this is really working quite the way we'd hoped, and I think we want to rethink it, staff and council, for next year. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mancini to close. I don't see any other speakers on this motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, colleagues. This is an extremely important discussion and debate to have. Councillor Mason, when he first spoke, first time around, talked about a lot of folks today, from the residents that spoke to us, that should additional funds be allocated to the policing where they have such a large budget, why don't they include it, if it's that important, included in their existing budget? Well, we could say that about many of our business units. A little later on today, or not today, tomorrow, the CAO is suggesting that we spend $2.25 million on an additional staff. Well, we could say the same thing. Why aren't each of those business units including those positions in their budget? The timing, we've got a lot going on around policing, rightfully so, because as we look at the climate of policing around the world, the policing model reallocation of non-policing activities, Councillor Mason's motion, my motion, on the model of the RCMP and the HRP model, the definition of defund the police from the Board of Police Commission. I think it's the right timing to be adding this to all of those. So hopefully everything comes back around the same time and we can make that decision as we move forward to look at how we want policing here in HRM. And yes, the African Nova Scotia community had asked for body-worn cameras before and not now, because at the time they thought, I think as Councillor Stoddard alluded to, they thought it could be something that would protect them. Well, we realize now that body-worn cameras don't protect the citizens. It's evidence, has been mentioned many, many times before. We do need the Canadian context. We need the HRM context. That's why this work is so important. We look at it and we're overwhelmed by what's happening in the United States with policing. We have variations of that happening here in our country also, but we need our context, and that's why this report is important. In the policy development, no, this is not, as the CEO mentioned, we're not going to do policy development now, but if it's decided to move forward, that's going to be a critical piece, as we discussed several times. So I appreciate everyone's discussion, Mr. Chair. I think there's been very good debate. So if there's no other people on the list, I call for the question.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Mancini. There are no other people on the list. Go ahead, Councillor Purdy. You have a point of order, Councillor Purdy?
I do. I think I'm first to vote in this next vote, and I was wondering if I can be not the first.
The standard, if we were voting in person, is we would all vote blindly, and the results would not be released until all of us had voted. So we each have to vote on our own choice, and this is part of the reason that it is cycling through the individual councillors. So I appreciate I appreciate the concern about it, but this is the process that we have established.
Okay, well, I just want to say that when each person speaks, I'm like, yes, no, yes, no. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk.
Beginning with District 4, Councillor Purdy.
Okay, as it is just a report, yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
Against the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
4.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
Against?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Against the motion?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Chair Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhet.
Yes.
1, Councillor Baker Gammon.
Voting in favor of evidence-based decision-making information.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
Mayor Savage.
In favor?
Great, thank you very much. That motion passes. I think it's time for a break. So let's take a break for, it is now 3:20. Let's take a break till 3:35, a 15-minute break.
How late are we going, Chair?
That depends on the next motion. We will end sometime, I think, between 4 and 4:30. We have a hard stop at 4:30. But I don't, but I think taking a break right now would be prudent.
Yes.
So till 3:25. Thank you very much. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair Russell, that was confirming a break until 3:25.
A 15-minute break. Sorry, a 15-minute break from 3:20 until 3:35.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Just a reminder, please return to this link. Good afternoon, everyone. We will be releasing your mics and putting your cameras back on here momentarily. Please, as a reminder, we are live broadcasting to YouTube.
Okay, it is 3:35, 25 to 4. It looks like we are back online. Good to be back here. We at this point have approved or have at least taken care of all of the one-time items, I believe. And so at this point, we have no speakers in the list. If you would like to put your name forward to make a motion, please indicate that in the chat. Just before we broke, there was a question about when we would be breaking for the day. And we are scheduled to go until 4 o'clock. A number of us have a hard stop at 4:30. What I would like to do is end as soon after 4 o'clock as possible, but after a vote. So if it looks like a debate on whatever item we're talking about is going to continue beyond 4:30, then I have no problem interrupting it. But I plan to, at this point, end as soon after 4 o'clock as we have a vote. So, Councillor Mason, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll start at the top. I move that we fund anti-Black racism project for the amount of $72,500.
Second.
Councillor Smith.
Councillor Blackburn seconds that. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Councillor Mason.
So at this point, our choice is tax rate or deed transfer. Like, I'm still unclear for ongoing operational stuff. Is this year, as per, I think it's the third chart in the staff report, are we talking about funding all of this year at a deed transfer, or do we have to specify?
Mr. Chair, through you to the councillor, the recommendation is that we would use the increased revenue from deed transfer tax.
All right, so that's fine. Then I'm just going to leave it there. If anyone has anything else, if not, I'll call for the question.
Okay. I don't, Councillor Cuddle, you wanted to speak on this motion on the anti-Black racism?
Sorry, my mouse keeps getting tucked behind something else there. No, something else.
On the main motion?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. So at this point, I don't see any further speakers on the motion for anti-Black racism. The question has been called. Mr. Clerk.
Beginning with District 5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
In favor of the motion.
15, Chair Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhet.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
Mayor Savage.
Yep. Yes.
Thank you. That motion passes.
Have any time left, Mr. Chair?
You have 2.5 minutes. Well done.
Amazing. I'm going to put council newsletter funding on the floor for funding for $56,000.
Second, Tim.
Seconded by Councillor Outhick. Go ahead, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Councillor. I mean, I already spoke to it when we did budget, but the biggest criticism we get is you never told me you were going to change this, and the newsletters to me are the most important way that we can. I have 1,400 people on my newsletter. I have one of the biggest social media footprints of any of us, except the mayor, and I know that means I'm only reaching 20 or 30% of my residents. So direct mailing them is critical, and I think it needs to be retained. This isn't a new program. This would be restoring it to the funding from before the COVID year. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
But they've all blocked you away.
Well, there is that.
Thank you. Councillor Austin.
Thank you. Oh, a second there. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the newsletter one, if I'm reading the briefing note, this would give us four a year? 2. Okay. So I'm confused on that. 2 a year, I think is fine.
Okay, thank you. I was under the same impression, and actually I'd like to hear from Ms. Fraser, if we could, on some clarity on that. I had thought that this was restoring the funding from the one newsletter of the year of COVID to the 2 newsletters of the year before COVID, and I see in the presentation today that it does say 4 newsletters per year. So I'm just I'm uncertain on that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just checking the presentation now. I believe that was brought forward by the councillor. My understanding was, based on the discussion, that it was 2 newsletters, but I may have been mistaken, that it was to increase it to 2 as opposed to take it from 2 to 4. So I would defer to the councillor, who certainly would have more knowledge about the newsletters than I.
Having directly mailed twice during the election, I know $3,500 per is only 1.
And that was
so this will bring it to 2.
Okay.
This will be 2 newsletters per year. Okay, thank you very much. Are there any further questions on the newsletters?
Question.
The question has been called. Over to the clerk.
Beginning with District 6, Councilor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councilor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councilor Smith.
4.
9, Councilor Cleary.
Can I send my vote in by newsletter? Yes.
10, Councilor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councilor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councilor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councilor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councilor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Chair Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhitt.
Voting yes.
1, Councilor Daigle Gammon.
Being in favor of the motion.
2, Councilor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councilor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councilor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councilor Austin.
In favor.
Mayor Savage.
In favor.
Great, thank you very much. That motion passes. Sorry, Councillor Mason, you only got in 2 motions that time. Let's move along to Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to put in the budget the library electronics resources for $100,000.
Second, Tim.
Seconded by Councillor Outhitt. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Councillor Outhead. We all love our library, and if we could give more money, and I'm sure there's folks that we heard from this morning would like to give police money to the library, but it just doesn't work that way. But I think during COVID, Mr. Chair, we've had even a greater appreciation of what our library does for all of our citizens. And the electronic collection is really taken off. And I'm wondering, I believe there's somebody from the library. I don't know if OSA's online or maybe Debbie LaBelle is here. Could just speak to, I'd like to ask them a question about the collection, please.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Mancini. She's here.
So could you just speak to where we are? I know we had this conversation when we first put this on the list, but just to remind people where we are with electronic collection, the impact that it's had and how well it's being used, and the waiting list for some of our biggest collection items, and what this $100,000 would do to enhance that collection, and how that would improve really the lives of many of our residents who are now still, because of COVID, staying close to home. So if you could just speak to that, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the committee. Thanks for the question, Councillor Mancini. Certainly, we have over the years talked to council about the increased demand for electronic collections, and that has never been more significant than this past year. So in the past year, we have actually seen a 32% increase in checkouts. So we had 1.24 million electronic items checked out this past year, 2020. The year previous was 944,000, which actually had then been our highest to date. So this circulation has been increasing steadily. And in fact, we've had a cumulative 123% increase in the last 5 years. So high demand. This is a format that our public appreciates, particularly when people are stuck at home. Certainly there's a big financial impact on the library. And of course, the library is about responding to what the public wants from the library. In this case, we are faced with really long wait times. We have we actually have over 71,000 holds currently for people on Overdrive, which is our main platform for delivering ebooks. We have 83 of the most popular titles, have over 100 people in line for each copy. So that includes, The Promised Land, The Rose Code, Vanishing Half. Those are current popular titles. And of course, our challenge always is putting money toward meeting the public demand for the popular titles, and then also making sure that we've got that breadth of voices, that we have titles that represent all communities within Halifax. So the cost for ebooks is also higher. So typically it would be somewhere between $20 and $40 for a hardcover item, might even be less than $20. And an audiobook is generally about $125 to $130. And then an ebook can be anywhere from, twice to 3 times the amount of the print book. So definitely, to be honest, $100,000 is a little bit of a drop in the bucket when you think about those prices and that 30% increase in the last year. So, but I know that last year, Councillor Austin had suggested we continue to come back, we continue to work toward this. I think I could go on about this, but I don't want council to forget that the more materials people borrow from the public libraries, the greater ability they have to contribute to the economy, to be engaged in the economy. We know reading has an impact on the health and well-being of people in our communities. So this is an important investment, and we want to make sure that we continue to serve everybody and make sure that they have access to these items.
So thank you very much for that. And colleagues, I think it's just quite evident that we need to support this. 7,700 holds, 100 people on a waiting list for each of the 83 top titles, and the impact it's having on our citizens right now. I think this is well worth the investment, and we'll see the ROI on this quite easily. So colleagues, I hope you support this. Thank you, also. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great. Thank you very much. Are there any other speakers to the motion on the library?
Question?
Question has been called. Over to the clerk.
Beginning with District 7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor of the motion.
11, Councillor Cutter.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
In favor of the motion.
15, Chair Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhead.
Well, okay.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
Mayor Savage.
In favor. Great, that motion passes. Thank you very much. Councillor Kent, you had a question about process.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an item that is on the list that has no financial implications, but according to the report that came back, that is in relation to the reinstatement of Everett Street, Irving Street, and Franklin Street Metro Transit coverage. I just wasn't sure. It doesn't have a requirement for a vote, but I would like to have the opportunity to speak to it. When should we do that? What's in order here?
Right. Councillor Daigle-Gammon has effectively the same type of item. So she has simply put her name on the floor to speak as well. So I can have you right after Councillor Daigle-Gammon. Councillor Cuttle is next.
Okay,
but
thank you.
But then you can make that as a motion and we can proceed that way.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I too have a similar item, but I will wait for that because right now I would like to put a motion on the floor to remove the weekly organics collection reduced to bi-weekly under item from the list.
I'll second that.
So at this point, we are building the list of items that we approve. So I'm just seeking clarity on the item. Are you looking to move that item and reduce the budget? Or are you looking to have that item have nothing done with it? If we do nothing, it's not on the list for consideration.
Okay, so I guess my concern is back to a question we had earlier that, these are unders. And if it's an under, it would be good to know that whether we're going to approve the under or not, just for consideration in the broader approval of overs.
So it is an adjustment that is an under. That adjustment has not been added to the list forming or affecting the tax rate. It's a list that we discussed today. So you would make a motion to approve it, and I'm looking to the solicitor and to Jane to correct me if I'm mistaken in any of this. But it is simply for discussion today, and if we approve it, then we reduce the funding by $850,000. If we do nothing, or the motion comes forward and we do not approve it, then it does not change.
So, Mr. Chair, the savings have actually been included in the total ask for the overs. So the total of the 29 items of $11.1 million includes the savings from both the green card and the blue bags. So I believe what Councillor Cuttle is asking for, the motion is that we not move forward with that, which means that that money would not be taken out of TPW's budget, and the service would remain at the weekly collection level.
Correct.
Okay. Councillor Cleary with a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate what Ms. Fraser is saying, although it's easy to do the math if you just put it back in, but I'm looking to our solicitor. So from a process point of view, though, these are all in the budget as unders or overs. So for example, green card, if nobody moves a motion today, it automatically stays in the budget as weekly because it's an under. So that is, if we don't put an under on the floor or approve an under, then it's still in the budget. So the only reason that someone may want to move it, again, you can ask Ms. Fraser for the mathematics, but from a clerical point of view of the process of our meeting, if nobody moves the green card as an under, it's automatically still in the budget. And I could see John nodding there, but Mr. Traves might just confirm that for me, please.
Sure.
Go ahead, Mr. Traves.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, through the committee, you're correct. So the items today on the budget adjustment list are proposed additional items which would have a budget impact to increase the amount of money being spent, or savings in the case of the green card item, which if the matter is moved forward and after debate passes, would actually result in a savings in the budget. So if nothing happens with that item and it is not, there is no motion, then those savings would not go forward, and the current collection schedule continues as Councillor Cleary has indicated.
Okay. I
You have
think
30
I get
seconds
that.
left.
My concern being that I don't want it reduced to biweekly. So whatever the process is to ensure that happens, I'm fine with it. So as long as we're all clear, we just not going to pass this in some bigger bulk item then I'm fine with that. So I think I'm being told just to leave it alone.
If you're not making that motion, then that's okay. Super. Thank you. With that, the motion that is on the floor is not the amendment about the biweekly organics. So we are back on the main motion, back to the list for the main motion, which has Councillor Daigle-Gammon next. Go ahead, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My voice is going a little bit, so I'll try. I would like to speak to the Route 55 bus change, and thank all of the members of residents who have taken the time this morning to speak. Some had to leave work, so I appreciate that. And to put some clarity around the conversation about whether the lawyer was involved to say a meeting or not a meeting. So Mr. Traves and Dave and I had a little back and forth there, and that came out of the conversation at the budget committee when we were talking about transit, and I was asking about the Route 55 changes, and Mr. Traves just sort of advised that transit didn't need to meet, as it was something that was already approved by council. So that's sort of where that conversation came from, just so that you have some context. Mr. Traves might clarify for me, but that's where it is. The conversation around the Route 55, it's very interesting that, Halifax Transit did do good consultation. It's just that the community's experience with the consultation, there's a severe disconnect. They don't feel like they were consulted. So we heard that really well. I am curious, I think it was Colburn, asked specifically about the safety issues. How did transit determine that there was no safety issue? And what was the process that they used to do that? So to get some clarity on that would be really great. And then I will say also that every email that I received from the community did get shared with transit, and they were really good and responsive to, give answers. So that in terms of the question about, is the councillor working with transit? Yes. And even to the point that we have a motion, if we can put it in the chat, that again, it's sort of like, it's looking at saying going to the ferry terminal is an advantage of the route change. Absolutely, it will increase the ridership. So the motion is, we don't see it yet. So I'm going to find it in my, sorry. Ian, if you have that motion, it was like 3 points, but it was to keep the route as it is, extend it to the ferry terminal, and to do a review after the year. And so there it is. So if it's acceptable to the chair, then I would make this motion that the budget committee directs staff to prepare the 2021-22 budget with the ongoing addition of $50,000 for a one-year pilot program for the continuation of Route 55 to continue to service a Portobello turning loop for 1 year, and the expansion of service to the alternate ferry terminal. B, that required peak hours bus availability be created through rush hour frequency reductions to Route 55. And C, that a staff report be prepared on the effects of the pilot on Route 55 ridership. So again, I do respect.
I'll second that, Mancini. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mancini. Go ahead, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you so much. I believe that this motion, if we just look at it for a year, then we can consult with the community a little bit better. We can look at other options. The community and transit, and as councillor, we can work with the Transportation Standing Committee and come up with a plan that is safe. I know that there was a comment about kids playing on the street. Well, you know what? In my district, on cul-de-sacs, people are playing road hockey. You do see them, and this cul-de-sac is just an elongated cul-de-sac. And so that, that is one thing. So if we could consider this, give it a year, then we can consult in a meaningful way with the community, then I do believe that that's the best way forward for all of us. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess first, let me just do something procedural. So as I understood this, the last time we discussed it, before when these things were going into the parking lot, we had a discussion around process and whether or not the budget committee kind of has authority to change the moving forward together plan, a major strategic 5-year plan endorsed by council. So I guess my first question is, can we here at this budget committee make this change, first of all? Second of all, we had discussion about it would be better to move it for a staff report at council on these transit issues because they are making fundamental changes to the moving forward together plan. Also, on things like the issues that were raised, so in districts all over the municipality, and in mine in particular, I've got lots of buses that go down narrow residential streets, go down Mountain, go down, in Springvale, in Cowie Hill, in Spryfield. I mean, we've got the new number 25 goes all through Governor's Brook. So there is nothing inherently, as was discussed earlier, nothing inherently unsafe about buses on residential streets. We've got them all over the place. So District 1 wouldn't be unique in having a bus on a residential street, that's for sure. And buses literally can't drive in cul-de-sacs. That would be physically impossible. Crescent streets, yes. But so my first question is around process and whether or not the COW has the authority to change the moving forward together plan.
I'm not familiar with that. I would say thank you very much, Mr. Traves. Go ahead.
I will try, Mr. Chair. So Cal will, at the end of this, will recommend a budget to regional council, and ultimately it will be council's decision, notwithstanding the plan. The challenge is, of course, if you have a one-off, it may be something that's accommodatable. It may require, at the end of the day, notwithstanding some funding has been set aside in the budget process, a review of the moving forward together plan in terms of the intersects of that. So it's not an easy answer, to be frank. The way I see the motion as it's presented, it's for 50,000 one time for a 1-year pilot program for that continuation. Which would be aside from that. But arguably, it is something that should be considered in the context at regional council of the moving forward together plan, particularly if, as I understand, there may be some other requests to change transit routes.
Well, and that was my main concern, Mr. Chair, was, and the other councilors intimated this already. So there will be something proposed on 415. There will be something proposed by Councillor Kent. So I would, if they come here in this format, I'm gonna, vote against them and vociferously ask my colleagues to vote against them, because this is not how you do transit. I mean, transit has to be a holistic network, not, oh, well, I don't like the change in my district, so please, leave it alone. And so I would ask the indulgence of the councillors thinking about these changes is why not bring this to regional council, maybe as one whole report, and say, how would these 3 changes and not doing them immediately impact the moving forward together plan, all of the other resources, because it's like a spider web. If you move some stuff from one route over here, that means you don't have resources for the other routes that we're planning changes on. We've all had to deal with them. I'm looking at Councillor Blackburn has had to deal with route changes in her district. I've had route cuts and changes in my district. Other councillors have had as well. And so please, what I'm asking you is for a thoughtful, holistic look at these, not one-offs because my district is getting screwed by you guys and I don't like it. That's really not how we should be doing transit. And I beg you to do it at regional council in a more holistic way. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I was muted. My apologies. Thank you very much, Councillor Cleary. Councillor Mancini.
Coming. Oh, thank you. I agree with a lot with Councillor Cleary has said. I'm not one to go against something like the moving forward plan or the IMP or any of our plans, especially when it comes to transit. And I know that some of our colleagues are coming forward with theirs later on. And we've had many situations, many examples. You know, I think, Councillor Cuddle, when Councillor Adams was here, the Sambro Loop, there was lots of pain and crying and discussion there. Councillor Cleary alluded to Councillor Blackburn and the changing routes 86, changing the route into 86 and 186, lots of pain. And so normally I agree wholeheartedly. I think it's important for all of my colleagues to understand this bit of situation. There's a lot of the points that were brought forward this morning from the residents when it comes to safety and all that. I don't buy into that. I know our staff do their work, but here's the history that I think you should think of. This district, this area, Craigburn, and in fact, I go for Rockland Drive, Twilight, Craigburn, my own street, Applewood Lane. I'm not even in District 6, I'm in District 1. This whole area shouldn't even be in District 1. It should be in District 6. So a number of years ago, when the URAB took a look at the electoral boundaries, they made a decision based on a map and population and said, oh, this piece, let's give this to District 1 because they need more bodies, which is ridiculous. The people in these areas that I speak of, and Councillor, Kathy has been doing a lot in the short time she's here, and they don't belong in District 1. So when the conversation about the moving forward plan was taking place, there was no councillor saying to this area, you should get engaged and be aware of that. Because the councillors of the time, and no disrespect to those councillors at the time, they don't know this area. They don't know the people. They don't know the culture of this community. These people all shop in District 6. They all go to church in District 6. Their kids go to the schools in District 6. They hang out and play in District 6. They doesn't belong in District 1. So the problem is when consultation took place, there was no councillor saying, hey, you should be aware this is going on. It may have impact. Later on, it's going to be very difficult because I'm speaking in favor of the motion that Kathy's brought forward for a pilot. And later on, when Councillor Kent and Councillor Cuddle are going to speak on their districts, I'm going to say no to those because of the reasons that Councillor Cleary mentioned. But I want you to understand, I believe, and respectfully, this area has been underrepresented because it doesn't belong to District 1, and there lies the challenge. And so, the last point I want to make is, because I know Halifax Transit is listening, regardless of what we end up doing today, please do not call this route Waverly route. It's not Waverly. You can call it the Waverly Road route. You can call it Portobello. You can call it Port Wallace. Do not call it Waverly. It's got nothing to do with Waverly. So that's separate from my comment. So I will support Kathy on this motion. I know it's complicated, and I know our staff has done a good job. I do challenge some of the comments some of the residents have made, but they have been underrepresented. The mistake was made by URAB, and I believe that's coming back next year. So look at these boundaries, and this area needs to be put back into District 6. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have to agree in regards to boundary lines and stuff that this particular neighborhood does not belong in District 1. It has no real direct connection, and I think that we have a few anomalies like that across our municipality we need to correct when the boundaries need to be readjusted in the coming elections, whenever. But on page 27 of our briefing note, they talk about a new off-street turning location. I totally agree. That is the permanent solution. I think that they should have a small parking lot terminal right there at the corner of Montague Mines Road and the Waverly Road. There's a parking lot there currently now. The property is owned by the Conrad Brothers quarry pit across the street. I'm pretty sure they would be very amenable to discussing with us about perhaps acquisition for a park and ride terminal, as well as I think that would also help offload some of the pressures that's occurring at the overloaded, overparked Fall River park and ride terminal site. That some people want to get to use the transit services. This would be the next closest spot for them. So I'm supportive of the councilor's motion on this, and I think that in the long term, which shouldn't be that long to build a parking lot here, which is already existing, to have a solution there more permanent. And I think that would satisfy the neighborhood where they can walk out from their neighborhood into the parking lot terminal to catch the bus. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a question just for staff on the off the front here for transit. The average daily boardings, the section beyond Craigburn, I count 12. How is average daily boardings counted? Is that the total boardings over the course of the whole day, or is that a snapshot of a piece of the day?
Good afternoon, through the chair to the committee, Dave Riggi, Executive Director, Halifax Transit. Councillor, are you referring to on page 25 there, the map that shows the
Yes.
boardings by bus stop? Yeah, that would be total for the day.
So total for the whole day.
An average every day. Yes.
So the average of every day, that section to the north there, that takes the bus a good ways out, we have 12 total people. Do you know what, at the farthest one, there's a little spike where there's 5. Would I be guessing correctly that there might be some unofficial park and ride going on out there? Because I know there is a bit of a space where you can pull off the road.
Through the chair, it would be hard to say for sure without going back and checking, a whole bunch of, security camera footage or something like that. I don't believe parking is actually allowed at the turning loop, though. I mean, it is possible someone's parking nearby. The other possibility is that it's actually the end of the route, and it could possibly even be the bus operator getting on and off the bus to stretch their legs and triggering the passenger counter. So it is hard to know for sure.
Okay, it just seems odd that the one at the end, I mean, you've got 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 1, and then 5 at the very end. Like there is almost no traffic, no passengers coming on this bus over the course of the day. So, I mean, we can spend money on running an empty bus out there, but I don't think that's a good use of resources. So I would be a little bit more sympathetic to, because I mean, we've done this before. We did a pilot with the bus out the Eastern Shore where it went into Micmac Mall, and we did keep the Sambro loop going to see if ridership would change. So, I mean, there is precedent for doing this sort of thing. But I mean, none of the feedback today was an appeal to keep the bus from the community. The feedback today was very much, I don't want a bus running down my street, which I think is an entirely different thing. And I don't think, there's change can be hard to manage, but I don't think there's much validity behind most of that. So I don't think I can't support this based on that basis. Question for staff. So if we build this into the budget, the 50,000, like that is a budgetary discussion. What then happens if we put that money in? Because surely budget committee, we don't just decide now on the basis of a briefing note without a staff report that we're going to change things in the network. Like surely this would require some sort of report to council, because this seems very out of order to be making these decisions in this way. Setting aside money is one thing, but to be making a decision like this in this context seems off.
So through the chair to committee, so I think a bit of the complication specific to transit that other business units don't have is that in addition to being here with our budget, we're here with our annual service plan as well, which does lay out in detail what service changes we would be proceeding with in the coming year. I think the solicitor had kind of spoken to that a little bit earlier, but certainly, if we get direction from council to proceed on this motion, then that would be the basis on which we would plan to go forward. At the end of the day, what we really need to come away from through the budget process is an approval of the annual service plan and clear direction in terms of what service changes we are making for November, because we do have to get going on them right away to make sure they can happen for November.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Just by way of closing, I will note that just for colleagues who think maybe, Dartmouth Center, he's got all kinds of transit. What's he know about these sorts of tough choices? I have some folks in my district that are not very happy with the change that's coming regarding the Wildwood bus at Penhorn, because it will no longer go through out to Woodlawn. It'll terminate at Penhorn Terminal, which means that kids taking that bus from the Penhorn area to go over to Ellenvale to the French school are going to have to transfer at the terminal. I'm working with staff trying to figure out, well, what's the timetable of that transfer look like? But I'm not trying to pull apart the plan on this, right? You know, we all have to take our lumps sometimes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you very much. We all have to take our lumps sometimes. Yep, I'm sitting on mine. Gather round, let me tell you my tale of woe. The Moving Forward Together plan. It was passed by all of council, I would say a month after the election in 2016. There was no time to go back and relook at some of the things that had been decided. The public consultation, I mean, that took up a good chunk of 2015. That was already in place. And so, you know, I knew full well that we would be losing the tip of the route in North Beaverbank. And despite petitions with hundreds of signatures, some of them even came from the community, you know, the community was told time and time again, use it or lose it. I asked for updates, reports on passenger counts. They never budged. So I find I just cannot agree to support this at this time. I would support maybe, you know, coming to council and asking for a full staff report, because as Councillor Cleary pointed out, you make changes in one section, it's going to have a ripple effect in other parts of the system. So I really need to see what that is going to be. So perhaps, you know, my colleagues who are you know, on the budget here have items regarding transit and changes to routing. I suggest that maybe you come together and put together a motion and bring it to council for a full staff report, because otherwise I think we're just sort of, you know, picking apart a system that has been very well crafted. This was not taken lightly, the Moving Forward Together plan. We went into it with full knowledge that some places were going to lose bus service, but you know, in my case, a 5-kilometer section of route was axed, and that was a section that had bus service in one form or another for 20 years. But in return, the community got an express route that takes them downtown in less time than it would have taken them to drive downtown. So, you know, it's about give and take. And I know that it's difficult for some folks who are losing bus service, but it is about the greater good of the plan that has been very well researched and very well executed to this point. So I would support this if it was coming to council for a full staff report to see what the impacts to the full system are. But in this venue right here today, I just can't. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mason, and then Councillor Daigle Gammon to close.
Thank you, Chair. To build on what Councillor Blackburn just said, it really does need to be a holistic approach. You know, at its core, what we did with Moving Forward Together was take low performing routes and resources and reallocate them. So we're focusing on who lost stuff, but we're not talking a lot about who gained stuff. And by making the changes we made without having to jack up taxes to pay for additional services, we're able to introduce things like Route 4 and Route 8 and Route 9 that have all been, the corridor routes that are frequent and reliable, and that have all seen tremendous increase in ridership, right? Like the payoff is that people who live along those routes, adjacent to those routes, have experienced much better service. And I would also say, and this kind of comes to one that would be coming next, I guess tomorrow, from Councillor Kent, is we've also seen that by streamlining the routes and not going into neighborhoods to cater to people, but making people walk the normally accepted between 100 and 400 meters to a bus stop, that the buses run more quickly and the run of route is shorter, and that actually drives up ridership overall by far, right? So, in my case, it was hard to tell residents 5, 6, 7 years ago, before moving forward together, we were going to get rid of the lower water, the old number 9, because it only had a couple dozen riders. Admittedly, they can walk up the hill to other service. It was hard to say to riders of the old number 10 that we are going to take that service off of English Street and Beaufort, because the ridership is so low at those stops. I worry that, I take issue with most of what I heard about driving the bus through the neighborhood, to be blunt. I mean, that's Halifax Transit bus drivers don't hit kids in the neighborhoods they drive through right now. That is not a really good argument that I can buy into. It's the kind of thing we hear from people who are like grabbing for an argument, trying to get what they want. But the bigger concern for me is, as Councillor Austin said, is the ridership, or the utter lack, almost complete lack of ridership once you get past that turnoff. To call that a high quality service that rural people benefit from is to say that we're going to double down and invest in performative empty buses that are driving around that are barely used. I don't think that's a good use of taxpayers' money, and I don't think that's providing a good service for the people who are relying on Halifax Transit. So, with all that being said, I agree with Councillor Blackburn. Let's come back and have a look at this report. If we just keep doing these, it's just one little thing, it's just $50,000, it's just this, it's just that. Those add up to, 50,000 here, 50,000 there, 50,000 here. Suddenly you're talking about real money, right? And where's it going to come from? Are we raising taxes, or are we going to cut services somewhere else in the system, which goes against our whole commitment to ridership rather than coverage? So I can't support this, and I'm not going to be able to support the other motions, which I will also speak to when we get to them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, colleagues, for all the great discussion. So, to build on Councillor Mason's point, so in the sort of Cowie Hill, Armdale, Spryfield area, in the first year of the Moving Forward Together plan, we had a number of cuts and changes to routes, and we ended up having massive increases in ridership on what's now the 9A and 9B because of the changes that our professional transit staff made. The transit planners do, I think, a phenomenal job figuring out where buses should go and how we can serve our residents better. And it is a very utilitarian argument. It's about the greatest good for the greatest number. The pendulum swinging from coverage to ridership is really about providing a better quality service to those who are using the bus, and then we get more of them using the bus. So, from just strictly a bus service point of view, having, especially in a neighborhood. So one of the things with the route number 25, that was a brand new route. No bus had ever gone up Williams Lake Road before and gone into a subdivision that was just created in Spryfield. So you have now Governor's Brook, this new route, and it goes through and passes hundreds and hundreds of homes, giving people real choice in how to get to where they need to go, so that a car is optional. And this is where we need to go with our plan. So I just want to say that sometimes, as has been mentioned, you do get benefits when you get these cuts, because you will end up making a better system and more riders on that system. And we've seen that proven out, and especially the number 9A, number 9B. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Tuttle.
Thank you. And yeah, I just want to say, Councillor Daigle Gammon, I feel for you. You know, I've heard Lisa talk about, you know, give and take, losing a route but gaining an express route, or, you know, taking our lumps where we have to get from Councillor Austin, but yet he still has a transfer, he still has a bus. And it's very different when you actually lose your bus. You know, it gets degraded to a point where it doesn't service the community in a really viable way. To Councillor Cleary's point, you know, the 9A and 9B, I just want to remind folks as well that while the changes to the routes happened, so did the bus passes, the low-income bus passes. And when I asked Transit about this before, they can't really tell if that huge jump was due to route changes and schedules or due to people having better access to the bus. So it's not just about the route changes. And you know, while I'm a big supporter of the 25 through Governor's Brook, you know, it's not, you know, that needed a bus route. But the question is, did it need it at the expense of another bus route? And is there not another way to configure things? So while I you know, realize the difficulty in coming up with a successful transit plan, I also know that there's opportunity for improvement and for tweaks, and that some things that may have been overlooked in the past should be brought forward and reconsidered. You know, I do have some issues around the consultation process, and that is what I was hoping to speak about when I bring up the 415 and the lack of notice around consultation, changes being made, and really looking at measuring the success of those changes, the rationale behind them, and really was that good planning? So I think that we need to have these dialogues. I think that transit's something that's always going to need to, you know, be looked at and figured out how we can continue to make it better. And I think part of the frustration for particularly the new councillors walking into this is the seeming lack of opportunity to really have some of these issues addressed. And even in the reports, the information reports, you know, we asked about cost, and none of that information was even provided for these budget discussions. You know, it's very hard to make budgetary decisions when you actually don't have the information that you were looking for to see if it is viable or not viable. You know, and I think when I look at what Councillor Daigle Gammon is asking for, what Councillor Kent is asking for, and kind of what I was looking for, they're all very different in nature. There is not a one size fits all here. Each scenario is particular to place. And anyway, I do think that we need to find opportunities to have these conversations. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. It is 4:27. We have a hard stop in 3 minutes, and we have 4 people to speak. So rather than try and cram 4 people into 3 minutes, let's break for the day. Let's have a recess and let's reconvene tomorrow morning at 9:30. And let's proceed with the conversation at that time. Councillor Austin, I appreciate your offer. Reducing it to 3 people speaking in 3 minutes, I don't think will solve the challenge. So let's break for the day and reconvene tomorrow morning at 9:30.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Do I need a motion to recess? I don't know if I do.
No motion for recess is required. We will be back at 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. We'll see you then.